All right. It being a little past 11, maybe 11:01, I'm going to go ahead and open the first meeting of official meeting of Division 3 for this session. And before we get into talking with our guests, I wanted to offer just sort of some admin overview things. Keep in mind that this is we're streaming live. Do you know if the machine's turned on? Okay. How do I tell? Am I supposed to be able to see and see a red light up there or something, or how do? Okay. I mean, we don't need to do that right now, but it would be nice if I could self-identify if we're turned on. Oh, that is brilliant. That is so smart. Oh, okay, good. Um, okay, because we're virtual, I just want to remind everyone of microphone discipline. You know, try to really lean into and talk into the microphone. The red light means you're on. Um, if anyone wants handouts, they're available digitally online. Um, do you want to say how to find them, where the handouts are?
I know there is a Division 3 link website. Mr. Ripple sent it around. If anybody would like to have me distribute it, I will do that, but it is on the website.
Yeah, I mostly was thinking for the anyone who may be watching us stream, if they wanted to go navigate to the website. Um, all right.
Mr. Chair, is there a way that the link can be put somewhere in the notes on our stream for those? I don't know how to do that through the YouTube, but if we could put it in the comments, that would be great for the users.
Thank you. I don't know anything unless Mr. Ripple is here. Is unfortunate truth. So, and then on the microphone, if you when you do talk, get more into it if you wouldn't mind. So, Mr. Ripple, while you were out, Representative Hull had an idea on making sure the public can see easily where the handouts are. Is there some way on the streaming to put the link to the where the documents are?
I can check with GCTS and see if they can do that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Again, not urgent, not now. Just just kind of futures.
Okay.
And then since we're streaming, this is going to be on our archive, so people will be able to come back and watch this later. And so I just want to remind us all that we want to manage and maintain our decorum. One of the things I'm willing to experiment with, and I'm kind of happy with, is based on how this committee has worked in the past. If you have questions for a witness, all you need to do is let me know that you got 2, 3 questions or something, and I'm happy to just let you run and have a good conversation without having to continuously come back to me asking for a follow up. I mean, we can do it that way, but I think there's the more natural speech is good, and I think that'll work. But if it doesn't, I reserve the right to change that. And then on laptops, it was okay. So the technical policy of the speaker is that we're not supposed to have laptops up in public sessions. Now technically, every time we have a division meeting, this is a work meeting. This isn't meant to be a public hearing as much. So I think we could have a technical exception to where we can have laptops. But here's the exception I'm going to offer us, and that is the point of not having laptops up is because we ought to be providing nonverbal communication back to the public that we're listening to the testimony and we're paying attention. But I also know that we have people like Representative Herf who are great with the spreadsheets who just keep track of everything. So what I'm going to say is go ahead and use your discretion on how you're going to use your laptop, but keep it in the back of your mind that we want to be, present for the witnesses and the public. Is there anything else you want me to mention or we should mention? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the calendar, the thought was it may be nice to have all the topics laid out that will be presented along with the times. So for example, coming up on this Friday, we'll have strategic IT plan in progress at 2:30 and the like. So I would just suggest that moving forward, the calendar entry be very specific with regards to the topics and the times, so this public would know when to come if they were interested in a particular topic or not. Thank you.
So I agree mostly with what you just said. I don't think the times, after we kick off, I don't think the subsequent times for most of our stuff is it just as important as getting the topics and the sequence. What do you think about that, Mr. Ripple?
I think that might be for the best, just because if you schedule exact times, as I know they have been doing in some of the other divisions, you could end up with a lot of dead air, so to speak, if you get done early and have to wait for the next presentation.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anyone else on the committee? You got sort of admin notes, admin questions, rules of the road, anything? All right. So with that, I think we are ready to kick off our inaugural meeting. And I have us down for an HHS roadmap. And the roadmap includes three key things: positions, metrics, and salary. And I'll leave it to the department how you come up and present all of that.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Nathan White. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for DHHS.
Good morning. I'm Lori Weaver, Interim Commissioner for HHS.
And so before you have a PowerPoint presentation, and on page 2 of the document, there is an agenda. And so today we're going to be opening up with just a brief discussion on the mission and responsibilities of the department. That'll be followed by the Commissioner's 2023 strategy. We'll then be going into some of the staffing level details. We'll be talking a little bit about contractors and then contract quality management and then department metrics. And with that, I will hand it over to the Commissioner.
We're going to adjust the shade so that you don't look like you're getting a sunburn talking to us. And for the people online, to give you more clarity on how you can find these documents, if you go into the general court under the House, you see the LBA. Under the LBA, you can find Division 3. We're Division 3, and this document that we're briefing is there. All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So we put together a deck to be able to walk us through, I think what some of Nathan already covered, and hopefully answering some of the questions that the committee may have. The first slide is just an overview of the mission and responsibilities of our department. If you go to slide 4, where it says mission and responsibilities, it sort of chunks it out into 4 general areas. And I know a lot of folks are familiar with the department, but just for those that may not be, we kind of chunk it out into these 4 categories of education, delivering services. Delivering services is typically in the form of case management services, with the exception of our direct care facilities, which are listed as New Hampshire Hospital, Glencliff, Hampstead, and Sinew Youth Services Center. Protecting the health and safety of our citizens and providing regulatory oversight. So that's probably like the most Cliff Note version you'll ever get of what does the department do, because within this there are multiple things. And you know, I was just saying this morning, I've been at the department for 25 years, very familiar with the business that we do, and I'm still learning things every time. So, I mean, I know the big stuff, but in terms of the little nuances. But when we think about our staff, we have direct care staff, non-direct care staff. We have a lot of different areas. We have 7 divisions, and that sort of segues into the org chart slide, where you have here, this is our attempt at its most simplest version of to try to take the department at a macro level, at least from the office of the commissioner. You'll have the commissioner, you'll have the deputy, which was my prior role. You'll see in terms of the operations happening, excuse me, over to the left. But when you go over to the right, it chunks out. We take our associate commissioners and then we give them portfolios, right? So the whole idea is that there's integration at this higher leadership level so that they understand the business of the department, but they're also responsible for the day-to-day of these areas. So we have Ann Landry, who's over public health services, Medicaid, and our Office of Health Equity. Marissa Henn is over areas of DCYF, behavioral health, and Hampstead Hospital. And then Christine Santinello is economic housing and long-term support services. Those are our 7 divisions, and they're pretty large. But again, seeking for integration. And then there's the other positions that are below that. So we have Chief Medical Officer, which is Dr. Jonathan Ballard, which some of you may know. We have our Chief Financial Officer sitting right here next to me, Chief Legal Officer, as well as we have our New Hampshire Hospital CEO currently reports to the commissioner position.
May I ask you a couple questions on this?
Sure.
I don't want to interrupt your discussion on the org chart. Are you done with the org chart?
I am.
Okay. So 2 questions. The deputy commissioner position is kind of interesting because it's your full-time position, but you're an interim now as the overall commissioner. And I'm just curious to the extent that you all have a publicly facing position on what you're going to do with the deputy commissioner position. Are you going to look for an interim for that as well? Are you going to try to hire somebody? Are you reserving it just as a fallback, or not a fallback, but you know what I mean?
Sure. At this time, we're not going to be filling this position while I'm in the role of interim. The duties that I had as deputy have been dispersed amongst the 3 associate commissioners for the time being. And I believe it is the intention at some point to fill that position. So it's not that we would be getting rid of it. It's just that during this time of interim, that's how we're managing it.
Okay, so you're not concerned because you've got delegation, you're not concerned about the lack of leadership in that area while you're doing a bigger job?
No, I'm not concerned about it. We have very competent staff.
Okay, and then on the other one, one of my pet rocks is privacy. And is that also a co-equal duty to the chief legal officer, or I forget, do you have a separate privacy officer?
We have a separate privacy officer. So if you go over to the left, that was one of the areas that I was responsible for information systems, and that in that bureau, we have a breakdown. We have an HIPAA,
Right.
and we have a information security officer, but we also work with DOIT for that function as well.
Right. As I recall, your privacy officer is an attorney, and she's been there for like 5 years or so. Could you just say her name to remind me? The privacy officer? I don't want to
Yeah.
put you on the spot.
Kathy Bernhard.
That's it.
Kathy Bernhard's been there more than 5 years.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
she's been there a long time.
All right. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So are there any other questions on the org chart? Okay. So Representative, you mentioned roadmap. That's actually a point I want to talk about in these next couple of slides here is in the time that I have as interim commissioner, and interim, who knows how long that's going to be, but let's just say it's a year. In that year, what are we going to be focusing on in the department? People ask, what's your vision? What are you going to be doing? It's challenging an interim role, right? I'm not a 4-term year commissioner, at least not at this point. So I really am a little bit limited in what I can do in terms of strategic planning, but I'm not limited in setting goals for the department and asking us to move to that end. So when I chunk it out, which is really slide 7, but I will go through those with you, really looking at, it's been a long 3 years, right? We've been through a lot in the department, and we're tired, and there's some internal improvements that can be made with some of our systems, and I'd like to take the opportunity now to do that, and it's a good timing with a budget year as well. So if you were to look at the circles that you have, this is my way of creating a visual to be able to talk to folks about what are we going to be focusing on. And you'll notice that the big blue bubble is invest in people and culture. We can't do the work of the department without people, without our staff, and we are at a 21% vacancy rate right now. We're at a 21% vacancy rate. Maybe it's gone down, and Nathan's going to tell me like 0.3% or whatever, but it's high. I think, I've been with the department a long time. That's the highest I ever remember it being. And granted circumstances, it's not surprising that it's that. But the point being is that I intend to build the workforce up over the next 12 months, as well as getting people to stay. Right? So this isn't about just recruitment, it's about retention, it's about creating an environment where people want to stay and want to work. Our staff are so proud of the work that they do, and they should be, very mission driven, but we can't rely on that alone anymore. We have to create an environment where people feel valued and that they're making a difference. And I'm not saying that we don't have that now, but we're going to be very intentional and strategic about that in the next 12 months, and hopefully longer than that. If you go over to the left bubble, manage resources effectively and efficiently. The department, we're at a point where we really got to focus in. What are our priorities and the work that we do? And we have very limited time, money, and people to do that work. So historically, the department is good at doing a whole bunch of things and inching them along a little bit. I really want to get to the finish line on some of the work that we need to do. So that's an intentional focus by leadership to every opportunity that we have to make sure, checking ourselves, that we are on track, on goal, on target to meet that, and using the resources in the most efficient way possible. So that breaks down, I'm simplifying it at a macro level, but it breaks down into some pretty specific goals that I'm not going to share with you here right today. I am introducing this to our organization next week and the week after, but I wanted to share with you, in light of what we're doing here today, is that this is a focus, as well as the bubble underneath, the enhancing organizational value. That's really looking at our quality, our division of quality and integrity unit. So division, not unit. Meredith's here to talk a little bit more about that, but some of you may or may not know, I think it was right before COVID, there was an executive order to stand up this division and then take it out of just audit and compliance functions, because that's part of what we do. But part of it was to be strategic and proactive with making sure that the dollars that we spend, we're getting what we're intending to spend them for, right? That we're working with our provider community, that we're able to procure for services that are deliverable, measurable, and bring results. So that's what that whole bubble there is about. So when we talk about contract monitoring, management of contracts, it's more than getting the contract across the finish line. Is it making a difference? Is it working? If it's not working, why? What adjustments need to be made? So that's another thing to hold us accountable. The bubble on the far right, the promote thriving communities, that's really a connection with some of the initiatives that we have going on right now about getting the right services to the right people at the right time. So when we think about things like the behavioral health system, we know that there's some more work we can be doing there with mobile crisis and accessibility for that. When we think about children's system of care, we have an infrastructure where that has stood up, which is great, but our providers are short-staffed. So it's hard for them to take kids when they don't have the beds. So our systems are clogged. So working in on that, juvenile justice transformation, really getting to a restorative, rehabilitative rather than a punitive model. So that's what that bubble there speaks to. So these are things that our senior leadership on that prior page of the org chart are going to be responsible for moving those commitments forward, and then working with our division directors and our staff to make these things happen. I've got 12 months, which is in a heartbeat will go by very quickly. So that is our focus. Any questions on?
I have a question, a couple questions. Anyone else from the committee? Okay. So under the promote thriving communities, you offhand were able to mention a couple of unmet needs that you're addressing. But if you step back and you think, okay, what are the biggest unmet needs for us to achieve this goal of promoting thriving communities? Is it substance abuse? Is it just general wellness? Is it prenatal care? I mean, as you just step back, what are your biggest priorities from an unmet needs perspective?
So if I may, I would once I have released all of the detail below that, then I would be able to share that with you. And it's not that I'm keeping it top secret, and it's not a simple answer. It's not a simple response, but Nathan just so kindly pointed out to me, if you go to the next page, Representative, you'll see the commitments break down into initiatives, which break down into goals and deliverables. So I'll be able to better answer your question for specifically what goals we have under there.
I think I should just, for new members of the committee and for anyone curious, we're sort of doing something different this budget cycle than what we've done in the past. We normally haven't really gotten started on any division, or excuse me, any department briefs until after the governor's budget was released. And I just want to thank you for being willing to come in and start to talk us before we're ready to talk numbers. And so it's perfectly understandable that you know, you're not ready for the whole detail, because you're doing us a courtesy, because we only have so much time before we have to be done with our budget work, and we're just trying to preload some of it. So thank you for that. I have a question on the culture. How are you ready or able to describe the extent to which you're kind of satisfied with the current culture and you're fostering it, or is there kind of a sort of a new cultural paradigm that you really see the department needing to move towards?
I think it's more of the former. I think we're fostering. I think
Okay.
we have a good base of a culture, but we could be great. We could be doing so much better. So we're going to build on what we're doing well and go from there. So
Thank you.
it's a work in progress, but it's good.
Okay, it's been a rough 2-3 years. I don't know how you manage a culture when everyone's running crazy and everything's virtual and remote, and so okay, I get that. All right, I'm ready for page 8 if you've not already completed it.
Sure. I'll just quickly review for page 8. We're in the process of rolling this out with our organization, and we're working on this plan with the leadership team. So I don't want to get ahead of announcing it to you before my staff. So
Right.
these are all are already defined out, but we really wanted to be able to take an approach that would allow us to demonstrate what the goal is and what our progress was or wasn't towards that, so that could better inform where we needed to go after that. So it's really about accountability and measurement as well. We plan to use some of our own tools in terms of smart sheets and dashboards to be able to use at a leadership management level, but we also intend to engage with our workforce and our providers as well, to let them know where we're at.
Okay. Just curious, do you see any IT infrastructure support to help you with sort of managing? I used to call this management by objectives. Do you have IT support to assist in that whole management effort, or is it all ad hoc?
No, we certainly do have IT support. We have some really good tools that we'll be using that we use right now in the organization, and we'll use them for this.
Okay, super. Are there questions at this point, Representative Nordgren? And then go ahead and swallow that mic if you wouldn't mind.
Um, I didn't know where to ask this, but could you maybe go a little deeper into the whole issue of the 21% vacancy rate and how that's affecting you, what you're doing about it, how you're trying to manage without the 21%, and what you envision happening with your new budget?
Sure. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit more about that in detail, but just to answer your question directly, we're getting by, but the cost of getting by is asking staff to do more and more and more to the point of burnout, right? That's not a culture that we want to have, right? We want to have a culture where people feel like I was hired to do this and this is what I'm doing, not a million other things. But people are helping out. We are actually looking to move forward with some working with the Department of Admin Services on getting some access to some tools that we currently don't have, which equates to recruitment activities that we currently don't do because we don't have the tools. So we're looking at some new tools and new resources to be able to bring some people in. And I'll tell you, we've done some of that already, and it's worked with particular positions, right? It's harder in some of the we've all heard about the nursing positions, right? Those are the ones that are really hard for sure, and it's really, really super hard for us to compete with that. But even just, in Nathan's shop alone, we're down like 25 finance people. Well, being down 25 finance people means that bills don't maybe get paid on time, right? So we're looking at systems and efficiencies of ways to address that, but we really need the ability to fill those positions. So even there's a concern when positions are vacant. Well, we're working really hard to fill them, but sometimes we fill them and then people leave, right? So the net gain is getting harder to get at.
Representative Wallner.
Are you finding yourself using a lot of overtime with employees? Is that increased?
In particular areas, yes.
And one other question, are there any employees that are sort of cross-trained so that one division isn't down as many people as another division is down to where they're crippled? Do you have some people who are cross-trained so they can go back and forth?
Yes, absolutely. This is the beauty of our staff is that we have people that are willing to step up and help out. So, we have unwind happening. We have to ask people to step up that maybe they were an eligibility worker prior and they're doing something now and they can come in and help lift the load up a little bit. We're doing that everywhere we can, and staff are receptive to that.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Other than the burnout for workforce, which I think we can all understand where that's coming from, are you hearing anything else about the culture, the work culture that you're going to try to foster to help retain people? What else are the factors, if anything, or is burnout it?
I think the flexibility, the hybrid, the remote work, the telework policy that the state has now has definitely been a great recruitment tool. People like to have flexibility. We need to trust our staff that they can do their work. And I think the department has been a leader in telework. Even before the policy came out, we were doing it. I had done a department-wide policy. So I think people want to feel valued and they want to know that what they do makes a difference, but they want support from their supervisor and they want a work environment that doesn't burn them out. We've heard repeatedly that people say, and we look at productivity. When I talk to supervisors and I say, how do you know it's working? How do you know your staff? How does it working with staff? Is the work's getting done, and it's getting done well. It's quality work. So we do have touch points and check in on that. But I think work environment like that makes a difference too. So it isn't just pay, it's like you come to work and you feel you want to come to work because you're making a difference. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay.
Representative Nordgren.
Yeah, I just wondered, the medical situation in the state, and I think across the country, has had a lot of retirements of people who might barely be eligible to retire, but they're just leaving because of the stress and the vacancy rate. Is that happening to you too?
I think in the very beginning we saw a lot of that happen, but it's kind of leveled out a little bit. We always have the projected number of people that could actually retire, and it never comes to a full 100% of that.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the sun. I attempted to help you out, but it seems
I
to
didn't
be
even
coming
notice,
from
but thank you.
above.
I couldn't get her to scale the wall to take care of that one.
As for the 21%, on page, your org chart here, is there a way to maybe summarize how that 21% would be spread across this particular org chart of bureaus and divisions? For example, 5% in the DCYF or 10% in the Division of Behavioral Health, something along that example?
We do have slides further in the deck that break that down specifically, if that works. That's Nathan's section.
Representative Hull.
Thank you, Chairman. Regarding page 8 and the initiatives and goals that you're going to be bringing up with your staff, are those slides going to come back to us at some point in a future presentation?
Sure, yep. They'll be posted probably on our website too. So yes, there'll be public documents to share.
Can follow up. Can we then just tie that to the same page somehow where this document is so people can make the tie?
Sure, right.
I would look to Kevin for that one.
Yeah, sure. Anything that comes through the division this session that's budget related, we'll post to the Division 3 webpage online.
So to the 21% vacancy rate, just to make you feel a little bit better by commiserating, Rockingham County, the nursing home is like a 45% vacancy rate. So you're doing great. So
Perspective.
yeah. So you can continue.
And so if there's no other questions on our, sort of our vision, our focus, the next part, I think is a natural segue, as Representative Moody was asking about some of the staffing breakdown. If it's okay to move to that, we'll go there.
Great, thank you. On page 9, what we've done here is we have put together a history at the agency level of staffing positions. I just want to thank my team for manually putting this together. There's quite a bit of work and reconciliation that goes into something like this. But what you'll see is back in 2013, there were a total of roughly 2,900 full-time authorized positions. We didn't go back further. We looked further, but I honestly couldn't fit it onto a page and still have it be readable. But if you go all the way back to 2004, the department actually had 3,605 positions at that point in time, just if you're looking at it from a 20-year perspective. You'll probably notice within Division for Children, Youth, and Families in the 2020-2021 time period, you'll see a large increase in positions there. At that point in time, the legislature appropriated funds and established positions to address the child protection system at that point in time to try to get the caseloads down. I believe we had 128 CPSWs created at that point in time. If you look down towards New Hampshire Hospital, also in the 2021 to 2022 timeframe, you'll see an increase in the number of New Hampshire Hospital positions. At that point in time, there were positions that were converted from, at that point, they were temporary full-time positions. They were converted to full-time positions through that particular process. The subsequent page is essentially a more detailed version at the activity level of the positions. And you'll see a little bit more movement here, and some of this is lateral. So if you scroll down to the OCOM section, if you look at activity 9500, you'll see in 2019 to 2020 there's a roughly a 54 position increase there. But what that actually represents is that's the point in time in which the financing functions were formally centralized. So what may appear to be a large increase is actually just a lateral movement of positions. Yes.
So, the rule of thumb, whenever somebody uses an acronym the first time, I like it to be said,
Of course.
and we got new people here. So OCOM, if I remember, is the Office of the Commissioner. This is sort of the central overhead of the department.
Yes, that is correct. And I am also an individual that does not enjoy many acronyms. I always kick them back in the GNC letters when I see them. So I will do my best
All right.
to not do that going forward. So where was I? Right. So also in the Office of the Commissioner, during that time frame in the 2019-2020 period, you will see a large increase in 9520. That is legal. That's legal and regulatory services, and that was at a point in time when we centralized our child support attorneys under the central legal services, so that they were all within the same team. And then if you look at 9540, where you see a large, a decrease of over 50 some odd positions, that was actually where we moved positions out of the Office of Information Services into other areas across the department. There are stories and histories behind each one of those moves. If there are questions, like in looking at this, following up, if you have specific questions, each one of these will probably take a little bit of research to get an answer to, but I'm more than willing to do that if the committee requests it.
Thank you, Representative Hull.
Is it possible to get these activity codes with something other than numbers, kind of a general overview of what Right 9400, 9500 is, and share that with the committee?
Sure. So if it's okay with the committee, so our plan, we will be providing a budget briefing book, and the budget briefing book, it includes the accounts that are over $1 million, and all in all, it's probably close to 200 pages. But within the budget briefing book, we have the activity, we have the accounts, we have what are the RSA, what are the populations that are being served, what does the service delivery look like? Is it a direct service? Is it a contracted service? We'll also be incorporating into that document some of the key performance metrics that we're either that we're incorporating from the agency budget request, as well as some of the expected outcomes for each program and area. So I believe that document will probably give you more information than you may want to know, but I believe it should address all of those questions. And my hope and intention was that the committee, that we could work from that document to help have informed discussions about what are the major areas, so we're spending time on the 7,100 accounts that are, $300 million instead of the $50,000 account we may have for some smaller grant, just to try to make the best use of the committee's time, if that's appropriate.
That sounds good. Other questions? I have one. On the 9540 line where you're saying we move people out of IT, before my time on finance, the kind of the story I had heard was that there was a budget cycle where IT was really deprioritized, and that and I'm just wondering if a couple things. Is this what we're seeing going from 2019 to 2020, where the budget process de-emphasized IT, and also I'm just curious if we have any lingering negative consequences of having maybe let go a bunch of IT positions.
So we didn't let go of any IT positions. I was part of the change of this. It was during the budget, but it was really driven. It was under the time of Commissioner Myers in terms of looking at how we had structured our IS or IT services. So in the department, it has toggled back and forth between being a centralized function and then being a function that puts it back out into the program areas. So during that 19 to 20 time, we kept in the OCOM level, if you will. There was leadership, but then we took all of the IT folks and put them sitting side by side with program. So that was really just sort of a going back to what it was. And they stay connected with the leadership and OCOM. So for strategy perspective, but for the day-to-day. So we didn't lose anybody.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Thank you.
Sure. If you turn to slide 11, so the 21% that we're referencing earlier, that's actually from a November presentation that we had provided. The most recent figure is before you, and it is 20.4% as of December. The slide in front of you, this shows a global history of the authorized positions, full-time authorized positions, and what we've seen for vacancy rates. And so in 2019, you will see a 12.4% vacancy rate average across the department. Now, there were a number of events that I'm sure everybody in this room are aware of. In March of 2020, COVID struck. In April of 2020, all agencies were put under a hiring freeze until December of that year. The DHHS also had a couple of unique factors that we were navigating at the time. In the 2020-2021 biennium, we had a $30 million back of the budget cut. In this current biennium, we have had a $22.6 million personnel only back of the budget cut. And we had spoken earlier, Representative Edwards, just about the 3,000 person cap and how that has impacted the department. And the cap itself doesn't really do much from a functions perspective. The thing that really has the impact is the $22.6 million personnel cut. So what that meant, I started in my role this past spring, so about 9 months ago now. And one of the first things that I did was I said, okay, division directors, each area, you need to hold X million dollars vacant of positions. And so as was referenced, I believe in the orientation session the week prior, many of DHHS's positions are not 100% generally funded. So they're oftentimes a mix. It may be 50-50, maybe 60-40. maybe a variety, and any number in between there. And so in order to get to that $22.6 million, we can't, it's not a one-to-one. We can't take one position and there's $100,000. We take one position and we get $40,000. So the personnel reduction, I think, has really been the challenging piece, because then we don't even have an opportunity to post that position, because, you know, we'll post a position and we may need to repost it. And as everybody knows, the labor market right now is certainly a challenging one, because everybody's asking the question, where did the labor force go? If anybody has the answer, let me know. And that is that continues to kind of be a challenge, and that's one of the, you know, that's one of the contributing factors to this sort of exponential growth that you have seen. Of course, as has already been noted, 2020, 2021, 2022 presented some unprecedented challenges for the department, and perhaps I'd also like to point out that the department doesn't work alone, and I'll be talking a little bit about this later. We also rely on our community providers and our contractors in the community, and they face the same challenges that we did, which only compounded many of the resource limitations that we did have at that point. The subsequent slide on page 12, there was a request for a breakdown of part-time temporary positions and full-time temporary positions. And this slide here, this shows you the part-time average of the part-time temporary positions. The department, we do utilize these in order to flex, so to speak. So when we have a particular need in a particular area, we try to bring in part-time employees in lieu of overtime, to avoid some of those cultural issues, you know, whether it be burnout or otherwise. So we do use these, as you see. More than half of those are currently vacant, and that's kind of a baseline trend that you see across those 5 years. The next slide on page 13, this is the average full-time temporary employees. I think it's important to point out that currently in the state fiscal year 23, 101 of those employees are at public health. And a lot of that does have to do with the ELC and ARPA funds and other funds. What's that? Oh, I apologize. The Thank you, Tricia. Now, where was I? Yes, I was on an acronym again. I apologize. All right, just throw the gavel at me next time I do that. Oh, that works too. So we do have 101 part-time temporary employees at public health right now. Included in that number as well are the, I'm sorry, full-time. Included in that number as well are the new positions at Hampstead Hospital. Hampstead Hospital, as you all know, was acquired by the state this past June. I believe it's the first time the state has ever acquired a hospital. So those positions did not end up being as full-time authorized positions at this point in time. That would be the department's intent through this budget, to have those converted to full-time authorized positions, but those are also showing up in those figures there. On page 14, these are the unclassified positions at the Department of Health and Human Services, and you will see a slight increase in 2023 in the total number. That represents the 6 unclassified positions that were created at Hampstead Hospital. Those represent the executive team. Yes, Representative Edwards.
Okay, I'm going to ask you occasionally to do a little bit of a tangent, because half of the committee is new.
Yep.
And I don't know what they know and what they don't know, and then I have a really bad memory. So earlier you mentioned back of the budget cuts.
Yes.
I think that's an important concept. We could come back and maybe you could teach us what that means, how that works.
Of course.
Because I don't think everyone knows. And then you know, just in this, the reason I stopped you here was just to help people understand the distinction between unclassified and classifieds, because these could be new terminologies.
Absolutely. So if you'd like to, I'm more than happy to. All right. So classified employees are primarily regulated by the personnel system. So the Division of Personnel, they have personnel rules. Classified employees may be represented by the union. The unclassified employees are established under RSA 94-1A. The classified employees are under a separate pay scale, which you can find on the Department of Administrative Services website, and versus the unclassified employees, which you will find in RSA 94-1A. There is a schedule there. The unclassified positions for most agencies are established in their respective RSA. The department, DHHS's employees you will also find those in the RSA. There are some slight differences between them though, but unclassified employees they do not receive overtime. They often, myself, I'm an unclassified employee, so I will work until things get done. Versus classified employees who would receive overtime or comp time if they worked outside of their standard 37.5 or 40-hour week, depending on the position.
Does it also work to think of it as just salaried versus hourly?
I think that's a great way to think about it. Okay, so if there are no
I
questions,
think Representative Hull
Oh, yes.
has a question, and then Representative Stringham.
So sorry, I'm coming at this from the corporate world a little bit. Am I to read this chart on page 14 that there are effectively 93 positions within DHHS completely, 10 of which are currently unfilled, that are salaried, and the balance of the workers of the 2,900 are all hourly? Thanks.
yes. So the 83 of the positions are currently filled or in the process of being filled, and then 10 are vacant, correct? Yes.
The head nod answered it, which is the balance of the 2,800 remaining
Yeah.
positions are all hourly then.
Yes, correct.
Representative Stringham.
This is kind of flipping your point about cutting a position and then essentially losing grant support. In terms of any census-driven grants, either due to failure to provide services that for services and for people that are identified, or an inability to census them because we're short-staffed, do you see the current shortfall as limiting us and essentially reducing our access to, say, federal grants? Does that make any?
So what you're saying is if we have vacant positions, are we unable to leverage all federal funds available to us?
That's part of it.
Okay. So do you want to? So if we don't have positions filled, there are a variety of things that could happen, and I'm partially going to be answering Representative Nordgren's question as well here from earlier. If we have vacant positions and we are not able to, whether it's respond to right to know requests or respond to court orders or be timely with requests of the legislature or whatever it may be, those are not necessary. Those may not necessarily have an immediate dollar impact. However, if we do receive grants or appropriations through the legislature and general funds or whatever other funding source, there is a process that we often have to go through in order to get those funds out the door. All of our funds above $10,000, if they're not sole source, they have to go through an objective procurement process, which is timely and intensive. Every award has to be awarded based on objective criteria published and known to all parties. Part of it's established under RSA 21I, and part of it's under RSA 21G 36 and 37. And then all of those would need to subsequently be approved by GNC. So if we do not have staffing available to conduct the planning, to prepare the RFP, to conduct the evaluation, and then manage the subsequent contract, those grant funds or those general funds or whatever funds they may be may not actually be spent. Am I getting to your?
Yeah, that's one example.
Okay. Yes.
But are you also asking if the work doesn't get done? Like, what's the impact of the work not getting done?
Well, I'm sure it doesn't support your mission very well, but I was also interested in the financial side, yeah.
Well, I think we have a lot of overtime in some of those cases as well.
Thank you.
So are there other questions at this point? Okay, when you think it's a good break to go back, we did 2 back of the budget cuts, I think, in the last budget. We did one on manpower, headcount of limiting you to 3,000 full-time classified positions. Did I say that right?
Yes. Yes.
Or unclassified positions.
Classified.
Okay. And we also did $1 back of the budget. And so, again, because we have 4 new people on finance, what is a back of the budget cut, and what impact do you think that had?
Sure, absolutely. So when House Bill 1, the operating budget, and House Bill 2, the trailer bill, are passed, there is a surplus statement that accompanies those bills, and it effectively shows, here's our expenditures, here's our revenue for House Bill 1, simplistically put. For House Bill 2, there may be a variety of appropriations or assumptions within that, and so it may be a $6 million appropriation for this purpose. It may be we're going to assume we're going to increase our revenue by $1 million at DRA if we hire new collections officers. And there's a listing. There's a series of pages that tie into that, and then that comes up with a total. What is also included in there is if there is a back of the budget cut. So let's say the department, you're given a $3 billion budget. However, you are now required to return $30 million of general funds. And how we do that during the biennium is we either hold positions vacant in order to hit that, to address those general funds. Certain contracts may not go forward. Certain initiatives that were funded may not go forward. Some of which may occur naturally just due to limitations of resources, some of which may occur intentionally. And so the broad back of the budget cut, that could be addressed through contract lapses or position lapses and whatnot. Versus the current biennium has a $22.6 million personnel back of the budget cut, and that must be satisfied exclusively with the class 10 or class 12 or class 50 or class 59 personnel lines. And how that has really played out in practice is we, from a hiring perspective, if we have, say we have 10 positions in a particular area, and 5 of those are filled, and we're only able to post 3 of those, and we're not going to be posting the other 2. Essentially what that means is we will never have an opportunity to fill those other 2 positions. The other 3 positions, given the current labor market, we may be able to hire somebody within a month, we may be able to hire somebody within 7 months. And then we bring them in, and then to the commissioner's point earlier, if you bring somebody in, but then you lose them, that is a critical function. Long story short, those 2 positions that we can never post will continue to remain vacant. And those 3 that we can post, we will never have 100% vacancy rate necessary. Well, and I'm thinking globally here, take 3 and move to 3,000. We will never have 100%. So because of that, because the dollars really drive what we're able to actually hire, the $3,000 cap, it could be 3,100. Yes, 3,000 person. There we go. The 3,000 person cap really doesn't. It is of course a requirement which we have adhered to, but it's the dollars that are really driving what is possible from a hiring perspective. And so that's why as of December we didn't quite have 2,600 employees, and we were still 400 people off one of the many reasons, but one of the reasons why we were still 400 employees off of that cap.
Thank you for that.
course.
Representative Hull?
So going to your analogy using 10 people, right? 5 positions filled.
Sure.
5 open, right? You can post 3. So I didn't read through HB1 and HB2 last year. I was not a House member. But why would it not be possible to post the 3 positions that you're talking about posting plus the other 2? And then as soon as you have the 3 filled, right, then put the freeze in place. So you have 5 openings you're trying to look for people. And as you ramp up toward that, you get the first position filled, you get the second position filled. Why not then start looking at closing those positions or putting a hold on them instead of putting a hold outright?
For certain positions, we actually conduct mass postings where we post more of the position in general, where we have 30 positions. And we do exactly that for those types of scenarios. For other scenarios where, there's a business systems analyst and there's a program specialist and there's another position, in order to manage the back of the budget cut, we've had to unfund those positions. And so there's a little bit of behind the scenes work where we can't post those positions that don't have dollars tied to them because in the system there's just some challenges. So we try to address it the best that we can, but there are some system limitations that we just have to manage on an ongoing basis. It's a great question, though.
All right, thank you for that. I don't see any other questions. We left where you were about to plunge into 15.
Okay.
Let me do a time check. We're about an hour into this. When you were thinking about this presentation, how long did you think it was going to take us to get to this point? 20 minutes?
Something like that.
Something like that? The commissioner's shaking her head. Longer or shorter?
Yeah, we were aiming for about an hour and a half. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Very good.
The next, if you turn to slide 15 and slide 16, so a few years ago, the department had an external consulting firm conduct an analysis of the department's overall operations. I pulled a couple of snippets and the full report is online. I can certainly provide the link to that. I sourced it at the bottom. I pulled a couple of snippets from that report where they were looking at the total number of positions at the department compared to states of a similar size. Just to kind of, because there were a couple of questions around whether HHS is lean or is it bloated from a position perspective. And we were talking earlier just about how the department is about 45% of the entire state budget, but we represent about 3,200 of the 11,000 employees in the current agency budget, which I believe is a little less than 29, right around 29%. And so what you see on slide 15, this is the entire department compared to other states, and the graph on the left is the per 100,000, the per capita comparison. The report also includes a more specific analysis of public health departments from across the country. Now, I think it's also just important to recognize that every state has a different model, so some may rely more on subcontractors or contractors, and I think that's just important to recognize when looking at this. One kind of thing that just stands out to me, and perhaps I'm biased, is the public health spend per staffer, which is $438,000 for New Hampshire, which is higher than some of the other comparisons that they had included in that. But that report is available online if anyone is curious or would like to investigate that further.
So I'll come to you in just a second. So this is a measure
Yes.
of potential efficiency.
Sure.
So if we're talking about quality or effectiveness, do we have any sort of benchmark to be coupled with this? Like, do we know we're doing at least as well as Vermont, for example? And we can't really tell that, right?
Well, I think you'd have to look at it at a program specific level. So if you were going to look at like Medicaid or something along those lines, you know, there may be, and I think that would be a further extensive analysis to really get to that question about how to do that comparison. I don't believe there was any similar type comparison as far as program outcomes in that report, though.
Thank you, Representative Hull.
Thank you. So it's not clear to me whether these other states have such a high dependency on county level operations, right? I'm assuming the county level nursing homes and any other things that are happening within the counties and or even the major cities are not rolling up to the state level in this graph, where Vermont might count their personnel differently, for instance. Do you know, right, being in this field for a while, do you know whether Vermont, for instance, or Maine, does their roll up differently in terms of total personnel?
I'm not aware of how the county systems in the other states included here operate, but to Representative Edwards' point, this is one indicator, and there's many that we could choose from. So, on slide 17, yes.
It looked like the commissioner wanted to say something, and then we have Representative Irf.
I was just going to respond in terms of the county question. I know that Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and Rhode Island we're very similar in how with the county structure and how we do our state funding. I can't speak to Wyoming and Montana, but I believe it's the same. I think we were trying to look at governments that operated similar to our state.
Thank you.
Representative Irf.
Could you just explain how the graph on the right ties to the left? It goes from 0 to 80, and the numbers are don't correlate.
Are you on page 16? Yes. So that's the staff per 100,000 residents. Yes, of course. Slide 17. One thing that I think is important just before we start to get into the actual budget here in the coming weeks, you will see contract lines in our budget, some of which are large. I like to think about the contracts that we have with our providers in two distinct ways. I like to think about the contractors that provide direct services to the department versus the contractors that provide services on behalf of the department to the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. We have a little over 200 contractors that are providing services. I've listed some examples here. Given the time, I won't go through each one of those. On page 18, you will see examples of the contractors that deliver services to New Hampshire citizens on behalf of the department. There are more of those. There's over 400. The department at any point in time may have 800 to 1,000 active agreements. There are a variety of different agreements types that we have. But for the purposes of this, I just wanted to draw that out just to kind of show how large of a portfolio the department does have with contractors. Now, because of that, the department has seen contractors and the contracting process, the procurement process, as critically important to our success. Back in 2018, we were receiving complaints from the vendor community. The contracting process was taking too long. Some of the contracts were taking a year and a half to get out, which was far beyond acceptable. The leadership team at that point in time devoted considerable focus and resources to making the process better. So on page 19, you will see back in 2018, we did implement a Lean Six Sigma DMAIC. It's a process whereby you define what you're doing, you establish a system to measure what you're doing, then you begin to assess what are the results of that, and then you make improvements to your system, and then you control for those improvements. And that has led to a variety of really, really positive improvements. Our processing time in 2018 was 142 days from start to finish. It's now at 94 days. And many of those outliers where things were taking a year and a half are now generally a thing of the past. I won't go through each one of these details given the time, but long story short, we've made IT, we've incorporated IT solutions, DocuSign, e-signature that has taken a process that took weeks. I think the fastest we've cut it down to is 27 days, where we sign, they sign, and the AG approves. It's pretty incredible, the changes that have been made on that. We're currently in the process of rolling out a contract lifecycle management system that will further accelerate the creation of the RFPs, which historically have been email based, which is a really bad way to work on a document when 12 people need to be involved. And then lastly, the commissioner earlier did mention the Smart Sheets application. We're also incorporating that to get out of Excel, which is inherently risk prone from my perspective and manual, to implement a Smart Sheets solution, which will further automate that. And Meredith is here to talk about the contents on page 20 relative to contracts quality management and the role that her team is going to be playing in that going forward.
Welcome. Before you get into that, this is sort of a commissioner question, maybe. As I think about your management environment and the importance of these 400 plus contractors are to getting the job done, it feels to me like there's a whole lot of goo that you have to wade through in order to actually get direct contact with what's going on. And goo is not an acronym, but I would like to have a conversation with you at some point about how nimble you think all of this is. Given the amount that we rely on these contractors, this really, I think, inherently needs to be a very nimble process for you to be able to articulate needs, look for the responses, select, engage, and then if need be, terminate. And so that's a lot that you're not prepared to talk about, I don't think, but
Yeah, I actually could respond. I don't know. Can you hear me without the microphone?
you need a microphone for the public.
So goo, there's a lot of goo.
I think it's government operations or something.
Okay, we'll go with that. That first bubble that I was talking about, the quality piece, so I just want to give credit. Nathan, in 2018 was leading our contracts unit, and his charge was to streamline and make efficient and all these processes. And he's done a great job, and the person that is in the position now has done a great job. So in terms of, we've narrowed down the goo, we have a better angle on it, and this focus in on the contracts and the monitoring is going to be the focus for this year. So in terms of systems streamline, we've made a lot of gains. I've been there a long time. I've never seen it as nimble as it is now. For us to be able to say that we can cut it down from 141 to high 90s is amazing, and we can cut it down a little bit more from there. So we can get better at how we execute, but we also can get better at how we measure outcomes and impacts. Does that answer?
That's a great answer. I'm just sort of thinking of the negative aspect of this. Do you believe you have enough metrics and tools and public support to terminate contracts? Because taking somebody's money away can be painful. So I'm just curious if you find yourself really empowered to let contractors go when you think the time has come.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's the angle of terminating the contractor or working with the contractor to get it right. We have the ability to terminate contracts we have, but that comes at a cost, right? So not just a financial cost, but a cost of who's no longer suddenly receiving the services and filling that gap and then trying to find somebody. So I hear what you're saying, but I also would like to look at it that can we improve who we have doing what they're doing so that they can be meeting the expectations. But we always have that if we need to pull that lever.
Yeah, thank you. I just find the 400 plus daunting, but that's why you're doing it.
We've got a rhythm. We're in a hum right now in terms of how we've structured our contracts teams. Just from the whole review, I'm going to knock on wood because I don't want it to jinx it, but we're in a decent operational spot with that.
Question to Representative Wallner.
Thank you. I think that the 400 contractors are helping you, to succeed at the mission of the department. And what are you hearing from them? I wondered, I doubt that you have this, but do you have any idea how many employees these 400 contractors have totally? And what are you hearing from the field out there about their ability to hire and their vacancy rates?
Yeah, interestingly enough, right before this, I was speaking with a group, Center for Nonprofits, and their workforce is about 15% of the workforce in the state, right? And they're doing our business, right? So the things that we can't do, and they're struggling as well. So we were really talking about how do we complement resources and not compete? How do we work together to fill that pipe? How do we unclog the system, right? That's bigger than any one thing. And the challenges that they have with our contracting, we talked a lot about that in terms of, the improvements we've made, but what else can we be doing as well to make it easier for them to be able to be nimble and do what they need to do?
I just wondered, in your meeting with the nonprofits, did they talk about their workforce? I mean, what kinds of percentages of workforce are they down?
They didn't give me a number specifically. I think we know from the work that we do that when we can't put people in placements because they don't have the staff. But I didn't get a specific number.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome, Miss Meredith Telus. I'm going to work on your last name, Telus.
US, and the U pretend it has an umlaut, so it's like goo, but
Okay.
telus.
Oh, goo, I know that.
You got it. And I think government, organization, and operations. If I had to do the acronym, that's what I'm coming up with.
Got it.
GOO, goo.
Thank you.
It's our goo that we work in every day. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Meredith Telus. I'm the director of our Division of Program Quality and Integrity for the department. And I wanted to talk to you this morning a little bit about our Contracts Quality Management Unit, which is a newly stood up unit, and also broadly just discuss kind of metrics at the department, and specifically direct you to Form B, which is something Representative Edwards and I have discussed on a couple occasions. So first slide 20, is to discuss our Contracts Quality Management Unit. So our division is relatively new in terms of the structure of the department. We were stood up right before COVID started, so that was an interesting experience. Many functions within the division already existed. This was just an opportunity to bring them together to do things simultaneously. So a lot of internal and external audit, a lot of quality review, a lot of performance evaluation, program evaluation kind of metrics, all just sort of coming together at once. They'd been being done already, but this was a chance to bring them together. And then building off of the work that had been done in the contracts unit over the course of 2020, about a year ago or so, the former commissioner, Commissioner Shibinet, with the direction from then Deputy Commissioner Weaver, said we want to stand up a particular function within the division that can just work on contracts quality management. And so it's the focus of this unit really is on the 400 contractors that are delivering services to the citizens. So from the former two slides that you saw, where there are some contractors that deliver services sort of to us, and then there are others that deliver to the citizens, it's the ones to the citizens that we're particularly focused on for this unit. And we managed to identify and fund a couple of positions. So it's a two-person unit, just to be clear. It's not a gigantic unit. And the thrust of it really is to sort of track and evaluate the quality of the services that are being provided. So as you can imagine, with only two people, they are not tracking and evaluating the quality of 400 contracts. That's not how it's set up. The focus of it is that we're going to set up the tools and the systems that can be used across all of our individual program areas, who are the contract owners for these 400 contracts. And then there are going to be some contracts that we want to delve into more closely, meaning that the unit will be able to really work hand in hand with those program areas on their specific contracts. So step one is sort of to develop a tool so that we can evaluate which of our contracts have a higher strategic impact. And those are the ones that we will step in and kind of really work with people on. and then develop other just generic contract management tools that we can hand over to program areas and say, here, you might want to use this. From our strategic impact tool, it looks like this has a medium strategic impact. Therefore, we would suggest you utilize these particular tools, guidelines, best practices, whatever it is, to help you manage this contract more on your own. So I want to really emphasize that contract management is happening now across the department in every program area on every contract. It's already happening. But the people who do the contract management today are program area specialists, right? They're subject matter experts in that program. So it might be an SUD recovery service, and the person who's managing that contract knows everything about SUD recovery. They know the clinical services that they intend to get provided. They know the provider, they know the beneficiaries, they know what they want it to look like, but they're not necessarily a subject matter in contract management. There are best practices in contract management that you can study and get good at. That's not their area of expertise. So the focus of this unit is for us to have that expertise and be able to work with them to help them get better at managing the contracts. Hopefully that makes sense. So strengthening the standardized process for contract management is sort of one of our short-term goals that we've already been working on and developing those tools. But when we talk about contract management, that's really the middle section of owning a contract, right? So you execute the contract, everybody signed it. I said, I want these services from you. You said, yep, I'll do it. And then I need to have some system where I'm evaluating whether or not you're doing it. And this is the middle section until we close out that contract. That's what's happening there. Long term, we're going to get to contract lifecycle management. That's where we're going from here. And contract lifecycle management is literally, you can picture like one of those circles. I should have put a graphic on the page, but picture one of those circles that has, a bunch of arrows that all point the same direction, or you can picture a snake eating its tail, whatever graphic works for you. But picture something that's in a circle. And what you do is starting kind of at the beginning, right? There's a service or a delivery that's like, a twinkle in someone's eye. We would be able to sit with that person, that program area, and say, how does this align with your strategic goals? And then come up with, okay, we understand how it aligns with your strategic goals. Now you're going to enter into the contract for these services. What are the metrics that you're going to gather? What's the data that this contractor is going to report to you or that you're going to get from some other data source? What are you going to get to show you whether or not this contract is doing those things? I feel a question coming on.
Yeah, because I don't really know how many people you have to do this, and you just said something I think that's really important, is you're engaging, I assume you consider the program managers like clients, internal clients.
Yep.
You're engaging your internal clients before they've issued an RFP. Well before that, you're helping them clarify the strategic goals and what the metrics are, and you're able to embed that, I'm guessing then, therefore, in the RFP as a set of requirements.
That's the goal. We're not there yet, but yes, that's where we want to go.
How good are you at that? I mean, are you getting like the top 20% really big contracts? You getting the top 80? It's not even a question should be asked, but I am just curious, because we've talked about this, is what is your 10-year plan? Are you going to get to that, to where you feel like you've got the resourcing and integration with the management so that in 10 years from now, we've got, great contract metrics, we got great internal department metrics, we've got review and evaluation. We're in year 3 of you growing your capability. So I'm just trying to understand, kind of where we're at and what the coming attractions are and what we need to be thinking in order to get to where we may really want to be.
Yep. So a couple things. One is that, as the commissioner mentioned, one of her commitments is to sort of work to elevate this part of the department. So we will have that strategic direction as a department, and we will be able to work more closely with the program areas to accomplish that. As far as the metrics go, I mean, data is always the issue, right? It takes an enormous amount of work to get clean data that is relevant to the task at hand and actionable. And that's why you really want to have, I have the two people to answer your question on that. So I have two. And to be able to have those conversations with the program areas pre-RFP, that's really the hurdle, is being able to say, we need to pause here and have this conversation so that we can make sure that as you enter the RFP and you enter into a contract, we've got data that's meaningful behind it. That is a big lift. It really is. But we have a lot of strategy direction headed that way. I will say, you asked earlier kind of the impact of the back of the budget cut. One of the impacts from my division's perspective is it can be difficult to get the attention of the program areas when they need to be working on their day-to-day so fully. Then we kind of say, well, we have to slow down this contract process so that we can have this conversation. But it's proactive, but those proactive things can kind of get put to the side while people need to get through the day and get contracts signed so that they can get services delivered.
Do you have a representative from the IT community that sits in with you on those pre-RFP meetings to help you figure out how to efficiently get at some of that data?
So we're not at the point yet where we're really doing the pre-RFP phase. Right now, we're working on the contract management phase, but we will shift forward so that we're working on the pre-RFP phase, and I'll let Nathan answer your question.
And there is a fairly robust process that occurs right now. To summarize very quickly, basically an area of the department, they put in a request to our centralized contracts team. They answer a series of questions relative to risk, whether it's privacy, security, what type of procurement do they expect, what type of services are delivered, anticipated delivery date, dollar amount. And then there's a kickoff meeting where we invite the appropriate parties. So we invite privacy, security, we invite project management. If it's particularly complex, we may invite particular attorneys from a certain area if that requires it. And there's an initial planning meeting from which the whole project then moves forward, because there may be anywhere from 5 to up to 15 people involved in any particular request for proposal, depending upon the complexity.
Okay, I'm just, for those of you on the committee who are going, "Oh, this has got nothing to do with finance." That's almost the point, right? That we're meeting before the numbers are released. What I'm trying to understand is the connection between our responsibility to provide appropriate levels of manpower and money to the mission, and what the impact or the, when we turn over those resources, how that gets generated into actual services for the state. So that's the conversation we're having now, if you're wondering why we're not talking about money.
So the follow-up to the RFP phase and identifying what data matters, what metrics are actually going to help you measure this contract, and then implementing it into a contract, you then are trying to manage to that data. You're getting reports out of it. And the tail end of a contract, ideally, is that you can, within the course of the life of the contract, you're managing the contractor with that information, but you're simultaneously looking at whether or not it actually, that contract, that strategy that you've employed in using that contract, is getting you closer to your goals, or is it not? And that's when you'd say, we may need to change this contract, we may need to amend it, or we may need to change our strategy entirely. And that's the back end of the cycle. So then you get to redirect the way that you're doing the services entirely, or just tweak it, whatever the data is showing you. You get to make some data-driven decisions around that. And then you start the process again. So that would be the contract lifecycle management that we're aiming for. Yep. With that slide, and then I have another.
I think that's your last slide, slide 20.
There's
isn't
one
it?
more, slide 21.
21, this is
Yep.
important.
Yep.
This is where you're going to give us a tutorial.
So, poor public health. Is Tricia still here? Oh, she is. Sorry. I selected completely at random a Form B just to put onto the slide deck so that you could see what it is. Form B is a section of the agency budget submission that identifies activity level goals and performance metrics. And it's just an area that the department will, every agency, every department in state government identifies specific goals, specific outputs and outcomes, and then sets a target, and then identifies for the coming biennium so this would be 24 and 25 goals for that particular measure, whatever it is. So in this case, it's the Bureau of Laboratory Services is what it is. And I just wanted this on here as an illustration for the committee members so that you could see what this is and how it works, and that it's available in the agency budget submission, which is online. Part of our very large budget submission, but it's done at the activity level.
So one thing I'd be interested in when we get down to this level is, do we have, what is our statutory requirement for doing this? Is this a federal statute that we're complying with, or a state RSA?
It's
or,
a state RSA.
Well,
yep.
I mean, in this example, but just in general,
Oh,
I would want to know, okay, is this a federal program, a state federal program, or for those that don't know, the commissioner exercises some discretion on creating programs that don't necessarily have statutory backup. And so that's not true. I think there's some discretion that the commissioner has to establish a program that is not backed up by an RSA or federal requirement directly. Ms. Tilley thinks she has an answer if you're looking for a lifeline.
Sure, and I think this may be where the budget briefing book will help a lot, because every account that we have in that document has an RSA or authorizing statute or federal directive or otherwise attached to that. So as we go through that process,
Yeah.
we'll be able to tie each one of those to a specific RSA.
Outstanding. And so what I think you just gently told me is that there are no programs that we're going to review that are simply discretionary.
so one example would be, and there would be this contracts quality management unit, for example. That is something that the commissioner decided, the former commissioner and the current commissioner decided to do because they believed that it was necessary in order to enact all of the other requirements that we have.
All right, and I'm just saying that for context. I just want to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and not that I'm looking for things to kill, in case anyone's curious.
But I think that's helpful. So you're saying in the Form B, it would be helpful to identify whether or not the goals outlined, the targets and objectives outlined are federal versus state versus discretionary.
That's the kind of stuff I think about, but I think to Mr. White's point that information is in the briefing book, and I could cross-reference it pretty easily, I think.
And in the agency budget, it's also in the Form A that precedes the Form B.
Okay, and so I have a really bad memory because everything was a blur last time we went through this. Were these Form Bs a regular, and this is a Mr. Ripple question, were these Form Bs a regular part of what we reviewed as we went trudging and marching through the budget data?
No, I don't think so. You would see these in the agency budget request, but you didn't really see them in the governor's budget proposal.
So I'm thinking I would like to see these as we actually get into the governor's budget request process. Is that easy to share with us when we're talking your budget?
So yes and no. So what I was proposing, and maybe I can share an example with the committee, is with our budget briefing book, once we have the governor's figures, we'll have the RSA, we'll have the program, we'll have the outcomes of the population served delivery service. We'll also have the accounting information for that specific account. But what my plan is right now, and what we've been devising, or maybe that sounds a little too surreptitious, what we've been developing, sorry, what we've been developing, we're up to something, but what we've been developing is key metrics for that particular area that we plan on lifting from the agency budget to put it into that document. Because I just don't, I don't want to create additional work or confusion where we're switching from the agency budget request, which is going to have different dollar figures potentially than the governor's budget, and then shifting over to the budget briefing book. So my goal is to try to get all that into a single location for the committee to make the work as effective as possible.
See, all of that sounds good, and in my simple way, I thought, okay, these Form Bs are already done, and I was trying to find a way to repurpose work to make us smarter while we're doing it. That's what my objective was.
The challenge is that they're within a 2,000-page document, and we'd have to pull them out from this section and that section, or we just have to go through them and reference page 743 when we come to a particular account. So I'll defer to the committee on what you would prefer. My hope was to have that kind of unified document.
Representative Nordgren, you've chaired this committee before. Do you have any thoughts on the extent to which we want to have these Form Bs readily accessible as we're going through the agency budgets? Or Representative Wallner?
Well, they are available to us right now. You can go read them. It'll keep you up all night reading them. So, I mean, they're already there. I mean, maybe when you appear in front of us, you can reference the number. I think most of us are using some technology. We could find them if we wanted to reference them.
They're currently posted in the agency budget submission, which is
All right.
on the DAS website, if not also the general court website.
You have a question, Representative Holt?
Thank you, Chairman. So at a high level, and whether it's internal staff or contracts, what are you guys using as the metric for, are we actually hitting the objective at the highest level? Are lives being saved? Is someone living longer? What is the foundation for this that you look back to say, yes, we've done something, right? We've pick on any department, right? Elder care services, right? We're seeing that patients are living longer. What are you using and how do we look at that information?
So we have data and metrics all across the department. It's everywhere. My division owns some of it, largely related to Medicaid. DCYF has their own data. Public Health has a whole bureau for data. It is literally all over the department. All of our federal grants require all kinds of data and performance reporting in addition to the financial reporting that they do. So that exists and it's reported on a regular basis. And it's reviewed in terms of the outcomes that we're getting to. One of the challenges is that as we look at the budget, so I'll answer your question in two parts. One of the challenges is that as we look at the budget, that data does not necessarily cleanly align with the way the budget is split up, because it doesn't, right? Because programs cross areas. Medicaid is a perfect example of this. Medicaid exists all over the department. Everyone in the department is working to keep the Medicaid train going the direction we want it to go. So there are metrics related to Medicaid that we have a whole website, our MQIS, Medicaid Quality Information System website, tells you all kinds of metrics related to how well the Medicaid population is doing in the state. But I can't tie that cleanly just into the Medicaid accounting unit because 6 different divisions are working on those metrics and working with our MCOs and working with our providers to make it work. So that's one thing. Another thing I just want to mention is that there are metrics that tell us how well the population is doing, right? Our population health outcomes. And those are the things we all really care about. Are people dying at a younger age? Are people quitting tobacco? Are they prenatal care is another good example. So we can look at that. I mean, with the Medicaid population, we have a little more ownership over it. But for a lot of population health outcomes, the department doesn't own the whole population, right? We own individual programs and we work with other people to make those programs effective. So but it's dependent on community level providers. It's dependent on the education system. It's dependent on local, state, and the police and fire. And at a community level, you're all working together to make a single population health outcome work or not work. So we do collect those things, but they don't always align exactly to the budget. They don't always align exactly to your contract. And so that's where we kind of break it down a little bit into smaller chunks so that we can measure whether or not a program is working or a contract is working. That's a long-winded answer to your question, but I hope it helps.
I think the takeaway is that by year 10, you'll have all those things aligned.
We'll figure it out. We're on our way. That's
Okay.
right.
So are you done with your prepared remarks? I still would like to see, you know, we're at year 3 of a 10-year plan. What are the coming attractions? I'd like to see that.
Yeah. So I think one thing that'll happen is as we move into the budget, the commissioner will be able to come back and provide her broader commitments area and the deliverables associated with those, and we'll be looking at those and how they align from the department level down into the divisions, down into the activities, down into our contracts, and how can we get these things to kind of cascade upward and downward in a way that when we prepare metrics for you all for our budget or for public consumption, it is aligned and you can sort of measure that.
Okay, thank you. Do you think we're done with your section here? So we hit positions, metrics. Do you think we hit salary? Because those were all together and on my sheet.
The question of the potential salary increases for state employees.
Yeah. I mean, all I see is a bullet that under
Sure.
HHS a roadmap, the third bullet was salary. Do you want to tell me what that was, Mr. Ripple? Do you know what that means?
Your initial request of the department did have to do with the potential increase in salary for state employees or any hiring and retention bonuses that HHS might do and where the money for those things might come from.
Right, and so it doesn't seem like that's ripe for today then, because the state plan overall is not in place, and you're only 29% of that plan anyways, right? So you're waiting.
I think it may be a more fruitful discussion after February 14th when the
Okay.
governor's budget comes out.
So that's a good question. When the governor gives his speech to us in the House of Representatives, Representative Hall, when will we be able to have our first Division 3 meeting? 15th of March, 16th of, excuse me, February 15th of, yeah, 15th of February, 16th.
You can get started right away. I don't believe a full committee meeting has been held yet. So typically, as soon as the governor's budget comes out, the governor and his budget director will come and present to the full finance committee, and then the divisions will break up and start meeting. I don't believe that initial meeting has been scheduled yet, but assuming it's scheduled in the near future, I think you could start meeting soon after the 15th.
Okay, because we should start scheduling that, or at least penciling it in. I'll see if I can talk to the finance vice chair about that meeting. So, all right. I think what we ought to do now is, because if anyone who wants to go to the cafeteria, they may shut down at 1. I'm proposing we recess, let people go get something to eat, clear their head a little bit, and come back at 1:10. How does that sound to you, Representative Nordgren? Take about a 30-minute break and the rest of the plan for the afternoon is, I believe we're going to hear from Ms. Tilley on public health. We're going to hear from somebody else on the Hampstead Hospital. Those were, we were referencing Mr. Ripple's email of 31 January that he forwarded that to us. So we still have some things we can do. You're okay? Okay. So, Representative Hall.
Is there a sequence for the events this afternoon in terms of which presentations at what time, or at least in which order?
That's a good point. It indicates that Hampstead Hospital was expecting to go at 1 o'clock. I'm proposing that we start more like 1:10, and then the public health said 1:30 or 2. So I think they did that hoping that we'd not spend a lot of time talking. So
Thank you.
okay, All right, with that, we're in recess until 10 after 1. All right, it's 1:14. I think we have a quorum. I think Representative Nordgren is probably just around the corner and she'll show up any moment. So at 1:15, I'm going to call us out of Division 3 out of recess. And I think next in the lineup is the folks from Hampstead Hospital. So come on up. And even before you get going, let me just check with Mr. Ripple. Do you have anything for the good of the committee before we get rolling?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm Kathleen Collins. I'm the CEO of Hampstead Hospital and Residential Treatment Facility. And thank you for having us here today. We appreciate being able to give you an overview of Hampstead Hospital.
Hi, I'm Sean Qualter. I'm the CFO at Hampstead Hospital. Thank you for having me.
So what you didn't say, maybe you were just about to, is because the state has taken over Hampstead fairly recently, could you also make sure we understand your longevity, your record with Hampstead? How new are you?
Absolutely. I've been at Hampstead for 28 years. So I'm a longstanding member of Hampstead Hospital's community. I was the COO at Hampstead Hospital prior to the state taking over. And I worked there as a counselor for many, many years, moved up into unit management, and then also decided that I wanted to take things into a more business side of things and started working in administration and working towards that. And I will let you give your resume.
Yes, so I started in late August, so I've been here about 5 months at Hampstead. Previously, I was executive director for Genesis Healthcare and worked in nursing homes for the last 12 years.
So it looks like you have a presentation.
Yes, we
And
do.
so the way we can do this, you didn't see the morning stuff, did you?
No.
Okay. Because you have real jobs, I understand. So I'm going to just let you go through this, and before you flip to the next page, you may want to just look up in case I want to get your attention, and we'll anyone might have a question. So
Perfect.
all right, none of them are particularly hard. I think my frame of mind going into this is that the Hampstead Hospital is a strategic asset in our taking care of kids, youth, for the mental health and behavioral health sciences. And it is a site that often gets talked about as a potential site to co-locate the new Sununu Center, the replacement center for Sununu. And the reason it might get cited along with your property is so the theory is through co-location that we may be able to leverage staff, other capabilities, like maybe you have a logistics warehouse sort of thing, or the ability to help out each other for weekend meals, so we're not always staffing kitchens all the time. Nursing support in case somebody gets hurt at 2 a.m. How do we get them emergency care? That kind of stuff is why we put co-location in. And so as you're going through this, I'm going to be listening to understand what your capacity is now, what you're doing now, why you're not doing more, because you're probably built to do more, but you don't have the staff to do more, and what all of that that physical capacity and manpower capacity, what kind of implications that may have for benefiting the co-location of a replacement center for Sununu. That's my frame of mind. We have new people on the committee that have no idea what a Hampstead Hospital is, so we could, whatever you tell us is going to be great news. Thank you.
Excellent. I love it. I love talking about Hampstead Hospital, so. All right, fantastic. So what I did do is I included a photo of the actual Hampstead Hospital. I'm not sure that any of you have ever actually been to the campus, but it is beautiful. It's been built on, it was built in 1974 on a 100-acre plus site. So it's beautiful grounds, surrounded by trees, and just wanted you to have a visual to go along with that. Sorry, one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I explained is that, in case you're not aware, that Hampstead Hospital, when the state took ownership of Hampstead Hospital, they contracted with a third-party vendor, WellPath Recovery Solutions, for them to provide the clinical services and operate the hospital. There, and Sean will get into this a little bit later on, but there is DHHS oversight. We oversee the entire contract and oversee the facility at all times through our positions, but we do partner with WellPath Recovery Solutions. So with our group, our executive team, we had gone back to the drawing board to really come up with our new mission and vision of what Hampstead Hospital is looking to do and where we want to be moving forward. And our mission statement, as you can see, is really to provide trauma-informed, patient and family-centered mental health treatment in an accepting and supportive environment. And then our vision is for us to be able to be the center of excellence for mental health treatment of children, adolescents, and young adults.
So I'm an old broken down Army lieutenant colonel that worked in healthcare services, and so I've been in and around mental health providers for 40, 50 years. This phrase trauma informed, I think, started to enter the lexicon in the last decade, I think. What does this term really do? I mean, why isn't this just embedded in what we do in a mental health environment? Why has it become necessary to make sure everything is labeled to be trauma informed?
So, not being a clinician, but with that being said, it's really important that we take a look at the practices. And so trauma-informed care now brings with it, there are a lot of evidence-based practices that come along with that. And there's also a movement to really help and to alleviate mental health stigma within society and be able to understand, for people to understand that everyone has been witness to trauma in their lives, and then that the impact that has at the different levels and stages of growth and development and how you can treat them.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions on that one before I move forward? All right. The next page is just a listing of our executive team. And as you can see, I did want to break down for you. So there is the team of DHHS leaders and also our WellPath Recovery Solution team that makes up our executive. As far as
So these 5 DHHS employees, this is really it. Other than you 5, everything else is provided through the contract?
we have 28 state positions at the hospital.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll explain a little more.
So moving forward into the overview for HHRTF, the state took ownership June 8th of 2022. We were really focusing at that point on being able to increase the efforts post-pandemic for recruiting and retention so that we were able to increase the bed capacity for Hampstead. The average census since June 8th has been approximately 36 patients, and we're continuing to increase those numbers through recruitment and retention strategies. The average wait list since June 8th was 13 patients waiting for beds at our facility. We've seen since being state involved that we've had an increased collaboration with DCYF, Division for Youth and Children, and then also with the Division for Behavioral Health. We've been able to actually incorporate weekly meetings so that we're able to really take a look at each individual child and what their needs are and where we can best treat and serve them throughout our system of care in New Hampshire. That was a welcome change for me to be able to be part of that, so that we can do that work. Just a little information, our patient and family satisfaction surveys, our results have been 90% of satisfaction. And then our annual average readmission rates remain approximately at 4% for those rapid readmissions, which are within 30 days of discharge.
So I have some questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just have a question on the range of the ages. Does a youth age out at 18, and how young are the children you're servicing?
Absolutely. And I should have ordered this a little bit differently, maybe. I will get into that too, but we take ages 4 up through 17 as a designated receiving facility, and then we also care for patients 18 to 25.
Representative Wohler.
Thank you. Can you tell me, what is the average wait time?
So the average, I don't have that with me currently, what it was last quarter, so the end of quarter 4 was an average of 7 days waiting for our highest triage level. You're welcome.
So I think I have 3 questions. They're simple ones, though. The CAT form, and I keep forgetting what the acronym is, but it's a clinical assessment treatment plan or something like that. Is that is that integrated into our healthcare system enough so that when these kids arrive at your facility, a huge percentage of them has a CAT already available, or are you having to create them?
We typically are not the ones that are generating those. If they do come in to our facility and they've already been connected or to a community mental health center or throughout the system, they have already had that referral. There are times that they may come to the facility and they haven't actually had the assessment completed, and it will get completed while it's there, but the process has been started already.
Okay, because that's a big theory about how we're trying to take care of kids, right? We're trying to get these early assessments and have the assessment move longitudinally with the child and hopefully have less discontinuity of care and better results as a result.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you mentioned your head counts, your census. What's your vacancy rate generally on your clinical side, the part that's affecting your bed capacity?
Currently, right now, we are our vacancy rates are 52% for direct care counselors and 39% for nurses.
Those are vacancy rates, right?
Correct.
Okay. Oh my God. So let's say you had both of those components above 90%. What would that do to your bed capacity? Would you, instead of being at 36, you'd be at a much higher number, but where do you think you'd be?
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see again,
Oh,
the
sorry.
order of my way.
We're
You'll
so
see-
excited about this.
It's so great.
Yeah.
No, it's
Just
great.
put it all in one slide.
Okay, next time I will. I'll remind you, you asked for that. So currently today, our census is actually 45. This is just what our averages are. So our current census is 45. And we actually have 20 staff that we just hired that are in orientation, coming out of orientation, and of those people, there are 11 of them are direct care. So we will be able to stay within that 40 to 45 range. And in addition to that, we've also have anticipated 14 more employees, 13 of which are direct care, that are supposed to be starting on February 6th. So we've definitely seen a huge shift in applicants and folks that are coming on board to take care of the patients, which is great.
So how many of your residents are there on a non-voluntary basis?
Currently, I'm happy to say they're all voluntary.
Okay.
Voluntary by guardian.
So the guardian has asked for the child to receive the residential treatment?
Correct.
No court orders?
Not right now.
Could you receive a court order?
Yes.
And you have in the past?
Yes, we have in the past. That's something that we're very proud of,
Yeah.
is that our social workers and our clinical team really work well with the families to help to integrate them. So it really comes down to truly only those children and adolescents that don't meet, that their families really are opposed to them receiving any type of psychiatric treatment, that end up on a true involuntary admission.
So y'all were in the news in the last week or so because one of the patients left the grounds, and I think that caused a lot of confusion and concern about the Sununu Center being co-located. So I just kind of want to make it clear. My understanding is that the Hampstead Hospital is not intended or designed to be a secure facility. There's no sort of well, there's probably some little bit of lockdown between wards. Could you talk about sort of the security posture? I've heard things like Sununu's a level 5. We don't have any other facilities that are level 5. We have level 4s and level 3s. What help us understand the level of security that you have there?
Yeah, absolutely. Can we switch to the next page?
Is there actually another slide that? Oh, all right. Okay, very good. But did you tell me what your maximum bed capacity would be if you had all your, it's in there? Oh, God. You were so good.
I was anticipating your needs.
Yeah, thank you.
So I just wanted to break down, and this I think may help, and then we can get back to some of those other questions. That we have 4 inpatient locked psychiatric units that are capable of serving 70 patients total. Currently, we have 3 of those that are operational due to staffing resources. The total bed capacity on the 3 units is 55 patients, and that is staffing dependent, as long as we can have enough staff to safely manage the patients. And then the current census today is 45. And actually, our current wait list is 11 patients today. And of those, I just want to point out that the biggest barrier for those to get in is really the need for single bedrooms. So there are 8 patients on our wait list that are requiring single rooms, and so we have to wait for patients to leave from those single rooms for those other patients to come in.
So how do you segregate the genders? Is it by ward or is it by room?
It's by room. Yep. So on each unit, and we'll get into that on the next page. So in addition to those inpatient units, we also have 1 residential level care unit that will be the site of the level 5 psychiatric residential treatment facility. And those renovations are going to be beginning very soon. On the next page is where I break it all down for you.
Yeah.
So we have our Madison unit. That's a 15-bed unit. It's currently vacant. And it's vacant. We're waiting for behavioral health furniture to be installed on that unit. That unit was an adult unit, and we only ever took voluntary adults. So the environment needed to be made more secure and safe for the child and adolescent population. Different furniture that can't be thrown, things like that. So that unit is currently vacant, and then we would need to increase and recruit more staff to be able to stand that unit back up. The Lincoln unit, that is our 23-bed child and adolescent unit, and the ages on that unit are approximately 12 to 18. On the Pierce unit, we have 16 beds, and that's ages 4 to 14. And then on the Washington unit, that's our 16-bed unit, and that is our young adult unit right now, and that's ages 16 to 25.
So maybe I'm not typical, but I have a hard time imagining why a 4 or 5-year-old would be in a residential facility. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about the clinical presentation of a kid that young that would
That
get
young, absolutely. Breaks our heart every time. But they are typically patients that have suffered severe trauma, have been severely abused. Also, parents are typically don't have the skills to be able to handle their behaviors that are a result of that trauma and abuse. And in addition, that young, typically we're seeing that they may be cognitively delayed as well, and may be on the autism spectrum in addition to their other behaviors, or they may have some intellectual disabilities that require them to be under current watch to be able to be trialed on medications and behavior techniques. We have on that unit, we have behavior analysts that particularly focus on that unit for those younger kids that really can work to develop a behavior support plan and determining the function of each of the behaviors.
So this is horrible. That's a horrible thing. But their physiological status, is it driven also because of maternal drug use? Are we talking about permanently impaired children that we need to train to cope with their feelings?
Sometimes it varies. Each presentation is unique, but
Right.
that does happen
Right.
more often than we would like to see it happen.
And you got typical patient presentations. I'm not seeing, I see intent to harm, but do you have patients that have actually harmed and are somewhat of a public safety risk?
We do. Yep. And that's really, these are the typical presentations of why they get through the door. And if you think about the state of insurance these days, you have to present a significant imminent risk of harm to yourself or others to be able to be approved for hospitalization. So these patients will be assaultive and aggressive in school, in the community, to their families, in addition, because that's how they've learned to cope and to get their needs met.
I get that. So I'm flipping through, trying to anticipate my questions, but or your answers. But so I'm still looking for this security level
Yes.
designator, and
Yep.
I don't see that in here.
So we do all of our units, our inpatient units are locked. They are locked units. The patients, all when they are admitted to the hospital, they have no restriction, what is the word? Just went out of my head.
Yeah, it's on the next slide.
It's not. Privileges, thank you.
Yeah.
So they have no privileges, so they're restricted to the
Right,
unit
right.
until they are met with their treaters and decided that they can be off the unit with staff. Our patients are always with staff. In that situation where the patient eloped, they were actually out on the swing set being able, because they had shown safe behaviors and then impulsively decided to run. So there is security in place with locks, and then patients are with staff, but it is not, there's no fencing, there's no security around that. We do have safety ambassadors. That is our new roles that we have brought in since the state has taken ownership. And the safety ambassador staff, they actually are what in normal facilities would be referred to as security.
Yeah.
But we're not focusing on
Right.
security and really wanting to focus on how it is that we can provide support for our staff, have that additional support and resources, but still being trauma informed and people being understanding of the way that you have to approach a psychiatric patient.
So the actual metric for rating the secure level, Sununu is a 5. You don't know what your number is. I think you probably have a number somewhere.
So within our system, within the system of care, Sununu Center is completely different, and I can't really speak to
Right.
that. But within the system of care, the residential levels,
Yeah.
level 5 is the highest level for psychiatric, for residential, but we are one step above that. So in essence, there isn't a level 4, but inpatient psychiatric care, if you wanted to give it a number, would be a 6.
I misunderstood, so you just taught me something. I thought 5 was the highest from just a security perspective, and that the lower ones.
We
the-
may
the-
be speaking
Yeah, it
in
could be
different terms, yeah.
All right. So I've asked a lot of questions. Are there any questions from the committee at this point? Any questions? All right. I think I've asked all my questions, so you now get to run wild.
Okay. The next slide actually goes into a little bit of detail about what our PRTF, the Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facility, is going to look like. That is on our Kennedy unit. It will be a level 5 treatment facility, one level below inpatient. It will be children and adolescents and young adults ages 5 to 21 per CMS regulations. That will be the age range that will be served there. It is a 12-bed capacity. It's family-driven, youth-guided, multidisciplinary teams, and then multiple treatment modalities will be put in place for these children are there longer term. So they actually will attend a full day of school that will be provided. As opposed to on our inpatient, we provide tutorial services for patients that are there longer than 2 weeks.
So I lied, because this level 5 just triggered me. I know that the Commissioner Shimade, before she left, one of her last things that she was trying to figure out was the worst case scenario. If they had to close the Sununu Center, where would they outplace those kids? And I'm seeing that you have a level 5 treatment facility here. I'm wondering the extent to which, in the worst case scenario, you could or could not or should not receive kids from Sununu into the Kennedy unit or another unit.
We do take patients that are in acute psychiatric need. The parameters around what qualifies for a psychiatric residential treatment level of care, level 5, is different than a security potential
Okay.
level 5. So through the CAT assessment, that's where their level of need gets determined. So that if they do have a need for a level 5 placement, they could be referred to our facility for that level of care.
Okay, so then the next half of that question was, to the extent that you had an opportunity to think through it, is the Kennedy unit potentially a place where if we had to, we could outplace Sununu residents?
I don't really have that information to be able to, I wouldn't know their presentations. So I don't know, because it's really around meeting the criteria for the psychiatric residential level of
That's
care.
why it's trauma informed and not physical security informed.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Questions?
I think you're good.
Okay. All right. And then the next slide just really gives you just a breakdown of the services that we offer at Hampstead and what it is that we do. I don't really know that you need me to go through all of these things. It really is just to give you a little bit of insight in case you're wondering, hey, can we handle some of those kids that may not meet these criteria? But this is really the outline of the types of services that we do. We do psychiatric assessment and medication evaluation inpatient, teach them coping skills to help to develop safety plans, and then get them back into their community, because that really is our number one goal, is to be able to get them back with their families or back in a community setting where they can go back to having somewhat normal lives.
So tell me about the continuity of care when they leave your facility. How do you help make sure that there's, or at least aware of the extent to which they're successfully transitioning back into their community?
Yeah, we have a stellar social work department that actually does an amazing job with setting up aftercare. That's aftercare begins the day that the patient is admitted. They will begin planning for that discharge with figuring out what they already have for services in place, what's needed, if there are gaps in services. Again, we go back to those weekly meetings that they participate in to be able to actually talk about the needs of individual patients. If we have a child that's in a homeless situation, we'll involve different departments to say, hey, we have this child, he's going to go back out into the community with his family that's homeless. What can we do? What things can we put in place? So they set all of that up prior to discharge. And when the patient is ready for discharge, that's all reviewed with the families. And every patient that leaves our facility is set up with aftercare appointments, with their first appointment set for their needs.
Do you leverage any telemedicine or telehealth to establish a connection between the patient and back into the community prior to discharge? Do you have any telemedicine capability as part of your?
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Question?
Thank you. I know in some adult care settings, you can have a program that's like a day program. Is that a model that has ever been used for youth, or is that not seen as a good? I just think of it as a way to have them with their family, but still receiving that full day of treatment.
And it is. And you just caught me. I did not prepare that piece because we actually do have step down partial hospitalization for our patients that are leaving inpatient. We have the ability to step them down to partial if it's appropriate for them. And we do utilize it quite often. We also will accept previously admitted patients into our partial hospitalization program because we already will know them. And if they don't necessarily need that overnight care and they have supports at home, we can do that in addition. So I will make sure to add that the next time into my slides.
A question, Representative Mooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think you've covered this yet, but what is the average duration of a stay for your patients? And could that further be broken down by age? For example, you gave a breakdown of 4 to 17, 18 to 25-year-olds. Is there an average for the age range on how long they stay? Thank you.
Absolutely. So our average length of stay for the 12 to 18 is roughly 7 to 10 days. The younger patients, because it tends to be a little bit more complicated, and then also with really doing a lot more around the family training and things like that, their average length of stay typically is around 10 to 14 days. And then on our young adult unit, the average length of stay is typically also, it's closer to that 7 to 8 day range. What I will tell you is that we do have longer lengths of stay, awaiting placement, things like of that nature, but we also have shorter lengths of stay. So those really are around the averages.
So I think I'm stereotyping a typical model of having a parent or a guardian at home and some sort of family support environment to help discharge the patient back into. But I'd like to make sure I understand the worst case scenarios around all of that. You know, there are probably some kids that really ought not to go back into their home setting for multiple reasons, or they just don't have a potentially competent adult support network. What in those edge cases where there isn't a stable home, what do we find ourselves needing to do to make sure that we don't put a kid back into a bad situation or a situation that's just not going to be productive?
Oh, absolutely. And again, that happens more often than we like to see it as well. But in those situations, it really is a great collaborative effort between DCYF, Children's Bureau, where we're trying to figure out, and that CAT assessment again comes back into play to determine, do they need residential level of care? Do they need therapeutic foster home? What is it really that they need? And then we attempt to get that for them.
So we have critical shortages in therapeutic foster homes, right? We don't have people ready to fill that whole need.
Correct.
So if that's what they need, then what are we doing?
We're continuing to work within the system to try to find the least restrictive environment for these children on a day-to-day basis. We currently have 9 children that are awaiting placement that have been with us a significant amount of time. We will never send our patients out back into a difficult situation if they really need to be somewhere safe and secure.
So when they're in that kind of holding waiting status, are they still considered to go against your average wait time or your average length of care time, or are they in a different status?
They're in a different category.
Okay. And you just said you had 9 of those, and those can take months potentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how often do you have a child that there's just nowhere for them to go home, that we don't have a therapeutic foster care for, that we're still needing to manage inside your facility?
On the regular, we have that at least, on a weekly basis where there are children that are still waiting for other placements that are stable and with us.
Yeah. So you're really serving a very vital safety net feature. You're not just part of the workflow, the clinical flow. You're also a significant safety net to make sure that those that are not flowing through our system still have provision of care.
Correct.
I don't think I see that slide though.
Sorry.
But okay.
We're hoping to fix that part of the system,
Yeah,
right?
no, I sat in on the Hampstead briefings last year, but it was just so kind of the whole thing was so overwhelming. I never really got a deep feel for what you guys do. So I really appreciate what you're sharing with us today. So are there questions, Representative Wallner?
This is just a really quick one, but how many children per year are you serving?
I don't have that number. I don't have that number with me. I'm sorry. I know, I really, I don't want to give you an incorrect number, but I could certainly get that back to you.
I'd be interested to see how many children are actually going through the
So
hospital.
so that's contacts. You're looking for total unique contacts?
Yes, the
That-
total number of children that they
that
actually care for.
feels like it's easily over 250, but I'd be interested in that number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I know our patient days are well over, 1,000 per month. So
Great, thank you.
I will get that back to you.
Representative Nordgren?
Thank you. And then I would also add to that the readmissions, because you must have children that go home and then end up coming back for various reasons.
Yep, our annualized readmission rate is 4%. Our readmission rate this past month was 2%.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. You can continue if you'd like.
Excellent. So as you move forward, you can see our slides that include our average staffing filled rates versus vacancy rates. These are our filled rates. So you can see that we've had a pretty volatile time, but what this shows is really there was the state assisted Hampstead Hospital even before by trying to get the children out of the emergency departments and into our beds. They assisted with the Maxim contract for the strike force team. And that went through July and into August. So then we start to improve, and you can see we were using a lot of agency staffing as well as folks that were, that WellPath Recovery Solutions had cover from other areas during this time. And then once we hit the holiday period and time, we saw a lot of turnover with folks that didn't want to work holidays and were leaving. And now the workforce, we were not seeing very many applicants at that point. As you can see in January, things have improved and increased. And we are now at that level where I explained where we're going to be able to keep those numbers up significantly. And we are feeling pretty confident in our ability to continue to increase that over time.
So what happened? Why are, I see the data,
Yeah.
but what's underlying the data? What happened?
There are applicants. There weren't applicants, and now the holiday season has passed, and people are back out looking for the workforce. We typically will see that we don't have a whole lot of applicants around the holiday time. People don't want to start a new job, and then people leave because they don't want to work the holidays. And then we start to see the beginning of the year, folks will again be looking for work.
Oh, so we just need to saddle everyone with a Christmas bill and we can fix our staffing problem.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Representative Wallner?
So when I'm looking at this chart, I see that you had a really big drop off on nurses. The counselors seem to stay about the same, but the nurses really have dropped off, and you're trying to build back up, but it's still much lower than you have had. Are you feeling competition for the nurses with the hospitals and other healthcare facilities that are providing bonuses and retention incentives?
Yes, and that's something that we also have been looking at with WellPath Recovery Solutions. We meet biweekly to actually discuss those innovations and really trying to increase those. We are offering bonuses to try to attract people, and as we instituted that, you'll see that that's really kind of where we started to be able to see some of the increase in those as well.
Great, thank you.
Representative Nordgren?
Oh, thank you. And what about traveling nurses? I know the hospitals have really been saddled with huge costs to fill in their staffing.
That's exactly why you can see in October, we had such a high number of nurses, is we were really using those agency nurses. And I know Sean will be speaking more to that because it's very, very expensive.
Right.
And so really looking at that, and it's nice, I don't want to steal your thunder, Sean, but it's nice that these numbers here are representative of nurses that we have been able to actually hire on now. And we have our last agency nurses that are going to be leaving on February 6th.
Good. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. The next slide is just a picture of what our admissions and discharge averages are over the different months. And what you'll see here is when we took, the state took over in June, we had more discharges than admissions. Really what we wanted to be able to see is what we're starting to be able to see in January now, with the admissions outweighing the discharges. We wanted to be able to increase those bed capacities. And we also wanted to be sure that we were at least admitting at the same rate as discharging patients as well.
I'd like to tell you the story that I have in my head about Hampstead, and then you could, I'm asking you to correct it. That Hampstead, before the state acquired it, was an ongoing viable concern. They had their patient mix and the revenues and the expenses. They were essentially at least in a break even, if not a profitable situation. And then the state has come in and we're basically adding some capacity with some state money. And but I think the principle was that we were going to continue to try to run Hampstead predominantly like as though it had a for-profit component. You know, certainly at least, you know, pay your way. And that so far you all seem like you're in a good position to do that. As I'm looking at the admissions and discharges and the shortage of census, I'm just wondering what you can tell us publicly about the financial health of Hampstead and the ongoing viability of the business model as you understand it. And please correct me on the business model, because that was not accurate.
That is exactly Hampstead Outlook. Hampstead Hospital, as it was before, was a for-profit. And that was true. We were barely break even, but that was, you know, in relation to all kinds of varying effects. Now that the state has taken over, I'm going to let Sean, the CFO, have this conversation, because we've managed to go right to his section now, and he can fill you in on all of that, though.
So yeah, just in regards to that question in particular, I think now with census being low, we also have had lower staffing levels. So it is more or less aligned to, you know, our vacancies are meeting what our census can facilitate. So we are currently in an okay position financially, but again, with the new hires coming on, we're going to have added expenses to which we're going to be building census forward and building it up, in addition to the PRTF coming on. So we should be in a better spot as time goes on. But the our revenues and expenses, yeah, they're pretty. Our expenses are matching more or less what our census is at, and our staffing levels should be.
So if that was all running, you know, perfectly, and that described 100% of the operations,
Yep.
the theory is you wouldn't need any augmentation of general funds.
Okay.
And so I'm just looking to validate if that's a bad way of me viewing it or inaccurate.
So currently, right now, we have ARPA funds that are funding us in addition to our Medicaid dish funds, and then our agency income. So the ARPA funds will not be available in the coming years, which will create a discrepancy or a hole in the budget to where general funds may be needed.
Right, and I had promised Mr. White that we weren't gonna talk numbers.
Oh.
So far, I'm just talking subjective theory, descriptive
Yeah.
stuff, and not numbers. But
Okay.
I'm just trying to get
Yep.
my mindset on the extent to which there may be a hole that general funds are going to need to fill. Did you want to say something, Mr. White? I'm just looking for just a little context here on where we're going with state requirements.
Yeah, sure. So you'll see, as Sean alluded to already, in our agency budget, we did include a certain assumed patient revenue amount and other funds, as well as a $9 million general fund prioritized need in our efficiency budget. One of the reasons that we did that is that we don't really have a good history for what the patient revenues and what the staffing expenses will be as we continue to ramp up. So we intentionally tried to incorporate a buffer there to address that scenario because we do have a different operating model than Hampstead Outlook Inc. did. And because of that, we can't necessarily look back and say, well, these were their expenses, these were their revenues. Let's base our new projections on that because we're the state, we're different, and we also have this public this public-private partnership with WellPath to help facilitate and be part of the executive team, and facilitate the daily operations there. So at this point in time, Sean and I have had conversations about this, about trying to, as we enter the House and the Senate phase, have more accurate projections for what that real need will be in the long run. So,
Okay, so I'm just to stay at the conceptual level.
Yep.
You use the term buffer. Okay, the way I think of a buffer is that you're going through a transition, you're getting new data, you're getting new ideas about what the operating model is going to do. And because of that transition and the uncertainty associated with it, you would have a financial pad that could buffer the uncertainty of that, which is a distinct thing. And this is kind of where I'm really going is do we think yet that we're going to have an ongoing wedge that the state will always need to put in to supplement the ongoing operations of Hampstead? Or do we think once we get through this transition, they will be able to be self-sustaining?
I don't know if we have the data yet to really make an informed decision on that. I mean, I can certainly, I mean, I think I know what everybody's goal is.
Right.
I think we would all love it for it to be self-funding, but self-funded, but I don't yet think we necessarily have the ability to answer that question in the long run because, you know, we acquired the facility on June 8th and there's often a 2 to 3 month lag in receiving those patient
Right.
revenues.
Oh, yeah.
So even though it's, you know,
3
even though
months,
we're
it can be longer, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, no comment.
Yeah.
But we're not really there from a history perspective of really having
Okay.
what I would be
All right,
comfortable
I don't want to put you in a corner. It's just a strategic question with Hampstead, and I'm just looking for when we think we may have an answer, that's all. So, you have a question, Representative Wallner?
I do. I was wondering, how many ARPA funds did you receive?
a little more than $9 million.
Over what period of time?
State fiscal year 23.
Okay, thank you.
So is the simple math there that there was 9 million, there's not 9 million, so we need to come up with 9 million? Or is that's really simplified? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? This was one of your special areas that you wanted us to talk about, Representative Nordgren. Are you satisfied? All right, thank you. All right. Do you have more? You have a wrap up. You have a finale, I bet.
Well, she's gonna hand it over to me, although I wish I started, because I don't think I could be as eloquent or explain as well as Kathy's done. So I apologize in advance. So.
No, it's great. That's a good looking suit. That's what I was going to say.
I'm just going to speak a little bit about the budget and then sort of our organization structure and then field questions as we go.
All right.
Much to your previous question, we have 27 state positions right now. So 6 of those are unclassified positions. And those consist of the DHHS executive team and contracts manager. And then we have 21 classified positions in our finance department, our health information department, and facilities. And then our biggest chunk of our budget is our WellPath contract, which consists of 185 positions. And that will cover administration, business and HR support, maintenance, clinical healthcare, and program services. Any questions on that?
So you'll find if you come back that I have a pet rock with IT, and you were self-sufficient in IT prior to the state moving in, and now you have a Department of IT that is supposed to be worried about core infrastructure that's common and security services. To what extent are the IT departments at this point integrated, or is that still a major work in progress?
It's a work in progress, so we're still in the wiring phase of putting the cabling through the building. We do have, access to, state employees have access to all the systems and things that they need to perform their job. WellPath has access to all their system, but the integration is still a work in progress.
And I would assume during that work in progress that there's absolutely no concern, additional or incremental concern about security or privacy of the data. That part of that, those issues are stable.
Yeah.
And they're okay.
We're a paper facility.
Oh no,
We
we
are.
got to make you more vulnerable and get you into the digital era.
So we're very confident that we're secure.
Oh my God.
That's
All
another
your
work in
fax
progress.
machines and everything, or okay, all right, Representative Wallner.
I know I was instructed not to look at the numbers, but I couldn't help it. Under the contract line, I know this is the wrong time, the wrong day to be asking this, but it goes down in 24 and 25 by almost that magic $9 million. Are you renegotiating a contract with?
So those
Your
were the
contractor?
startup costs associated with
Okay.
with the WellPath partnership.
Okay,
So they anticipated it was around a $10 million cost.
okay,
And
thank
then
you.
we'll have them for the next 2 years.
Okay, thanks.
Think that covers your remarks you were prepared to make today? Are you all done, or you got more?
I can wrap it up. unless you
I
guys have-
think Miss Tilly has someplace to go. We should
Yep,
give her a
that's
chance.
totally fine with me.
So I got to tell you, the most fascinating thing I heard is that you're still in the paper world. I don't know how you survived, right? Because every payer is pushing you to go electronic like a decade ago. So what happened? What created sort of this, this vacuum where you guys can still be paper-based and you don't have an IT system? Yeah, do you want to try that?
It was finance driven when we were Hampstead Outlook, and we do have, that is part of our budgeting process, is we actually will be moving to an electronic world.
So your financial stuff is digital and electronic, but the clinical record keeping is not yet.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhat on the finance side.
Okay, well, good. That should make a great project for a few people.
Yeah.
So, all right. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the committee? All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Tilly, I think you know you're next. It said 1:30 or 2. I think we chose 2:15.
Well, thank you so much for having me. For the record, my name's Patricia Tilley. I am the Director of Public Health. Most people call me Trisha or Trish. I am pleased to be here today to present some information about the impact and planning for the expiration of COVID-19 funds. I'm only going to talk about COVID-related items only. We'll have time later in the budgeting process to hear about the full range of activities that we do in public health. But of course, I'm always happy to answer any questions that you have. This presentation is really a look back and a look forward. Public health will participate in all of the department-wide efforts in terms of strategic planning, but what I plan to share today are the areas in which we know we'll need more attention and resources as we move forward. I'm going to talk about COVID-19 investments in our laboratory, disease investigation, immunization, data modernization, and public health informatics, community investments, and public health workforce. In response to Representative Edwards' earlier question around statutory authority, I have highlighted on the slide some areas, the specific RSAs that enable our work. I also have a separate summary, so I don't know, Kevin, if you would like this now or when we come back in for the budget hearing, but that separate summary, I gathered all of our statutes just at a very high level for everything we do across the Division of Public Health Services. As you can imagine, it's a stack. So I have that available. If you want to look at that now, you can look at that later or never. All of those would be good. So let's jump right in because I know that all of you have been here and it's been a long day. So on slide 2, this is just sort of the super high overview of public health in general. And you heard from the commissioner that we just have an extraordinary breadth of responsibilities in the department. Each division, public health, Hampstead, Medicaid, each also has their own business model. Public health is primarily funded by federal and other funds to meet our broad mission of protecting, promoting, and improving the health of everyone in the state of New Hampshire. Again, we talked about this a little bit earlier in some of the other hearings that that public health really is population-based. We don't have a set of clientele like Hampstead does. Our job is really to look out for everybody. So our federal funds come through more than 50 separate federal grants. That's a lot to manage, and some of these funds are very temporary in nature, especially with regard to COVID-19. They're meant to be an influx, and then they're going to go away. So when you look at the COVID era 400 plus staff, that's a different number than what you saw Nathan present before. A significant number of those positions are temporary positions. They're what we call 9Ts, 8Ts. There's a lot of part-time positions in there, as Nathan described. We flex these positions, and they are filled and demobilized and filled and demobilized at frequent intervals to meet the need that we have. We anticipate and are planning for reductions in the workforce as we transition out of COVID. I'll also note that in these 50 to 60 grants, again, across the entire book of business in public health, that's what makes me a frequent flyer to come to fiscal all the time, because we're constantly adding money to the budget outside of the state budgeting process, or reallocating the money or asking for a redirect, because we're constantly trying to make right where the money is going and where the needs are. So let's take a look at the pandemic framework that we have, and that's on slide 3. So if we think about the pandemic response that we have all lived through, you can think about it in 3 rough stages. There were the early days in 2020 when we didn't have swabs to go up people's noses to test individuals. We didn't have enough PPE anywhere. We didn't have masks to protect our frontline workers. And then, you know, we remember that we had to get the deployment of the National Guard just to even get a test. I mean, these are all the things that we lived through. Many of us have tried to forget some of it, but it really is important when you think about the amount of money that you're seeing here. You know, and right now we're at a place where you can go get a COVID antigen test at CVS, you know, in the next 2 minutes and check yourself. Those early days required us to mitigate the spread through active case investigation, contact tracing. Who remembers that? It's long gone. And because we didn't have the tools that we have now around vaccines or life-saving therapeutics. During that time, we experienced deaths of residents in long-term care and facilities and other chronic, in other congregate settings, and also people just living in the community. Many of us lost family members in those early days. We lost healthcare providers. We've had over 20 healthcare providers die in the state. And we lost leaders in our community, including some leadership even here in the legislature. We focused on mitigation. You look at these air things that we got in here. We focused on mitigation efforts. We focused on social distancing. Policymakers like yourselves debated whether and how restaurants could open, how we fly on planes, and many of us became overnight experts on air handling. State and federal resources dropped out of the sky on us. Some of them were extraordinarily helpful. Some of them kept us afloat, and some were probably less than helpful. And I think we've all learned a lot from that, all while we waited for those vaccines and the therapeutics to be available. And once those vaccines became available and we were able to make some hard decisions about who was first on the list, who was last on the list. I mean, you might remember I have social media. It reminds me of what I did on every day in the past few years. And again, it's probably a little PTSD when I see some of the things that happened in the past 3 years. But I think it's helpful, again, for the context of the amount of work that was put in over the past 3 years. So now here we are with life-saving tools, vaccines, updated boosters, effective therapeutics. We have most of what we need, not everything, but we have most of everything to keep people healthy, most notably workforce and technology being the thing that's still in need for us. So, if we translate or skip to the next slide, we've got number 4, why did we put all this money into COVID? Well, because 3,000 people have died from COVID-19.
Can we check slide transitions?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Okay.
I am on slide 4, which is the...
Yeah. So I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
When you say end, are we now aiming at 11 May, the federal end date?
So that is the end of the federal emergency. COVID isn't going to magically disappear
No, I
on
know,
May 11th.
But this is kind of where we're expecting
Where we're heading.
money and federal guidelines and all that stuff.
So, a lot of those federal guidelines will change. Most of them have changed already. We have not, after the state of emergency, the New Hampshire states of emergency, that really had the most impact on public health.
Yeah.
All of those, that's long gone.
Yep.
Our work May 11th won't fundamentally change what we do in
Okay,
public health.
it's just another day on
Just
the calendar.
another date. The end of the story, I'll give you, the end of the movie fast. It's really, we're going to run out of money in June 2024 in a lot of areas. We expect we'll get a 1-year no-cost extension to spend out what we didn't spend in some of those funding sources. We're going to be at a real loss, a real dip in our resources in 26 and 27. So if you're planning this next biennium, we still have money. It's the biennium after that is going to be, that's going to require planning.
One more question about
Sure.
the end. Commissioner Chivonnet, almost a year ago, talked to me in passing about there being an after-action review to see if we could document the lessons learned. And she said that she was going to get contract support for that.
Sure.
Do you happen to know where we are
So-
on whether or not we're really going to do that?
So I think it's happening in a multitude of ways. So Homeland Security is in the process of doing an after-action report right now.
Yeah.
And so that's going to look at a lot of our response, including some of the public health response as well. So that's a very high level after action. We'll participate in that. That's ongoing. I can tell you that in each of my little areas, and by little areas, I mean our laboratory, our infectious disease, those areas, we're doing those individual after actions on our own right now and really understanding in almost real time what worked and what didn't work.
And will there be public-facing reports on the lessons learned?
Certainly the Homeland Security Emergency Management Report will be very public, and then certainly anything that we do can be made public as well.
Okay. Are you including right-wing conspiracy theorists in order to make sure that we get a lessons learned that covers a broad range?
I think all people are welcome to ask us questions anytime, and we're happy to provide any information that's asked.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, leading causes of death on that slide. Of note, COVID was the fourth leading cause of death in 2020. So again, March to COVID started in March of 2020. Between March and December, it was the fourth leading cause of death that year because that was the year we were all locked down. By 2021, and we all were out and about, more people died because we were out and about. What we're going to see in 2022, the final death data is not finalized, so I haven't provided it for you because it takes a long time to get death data from other states of New Hampshire residents. We are likely to bump down to the fifth leading cause of death in 2022 for New Hampshire, which is different than at the national number. It looks like it's going to stay third. So we are different. It may be that we are different. Again, those are speculative. They are preliminary numbers at this point because we need to count every death, but it really does look that we took a step down in 2022, which is great news. That's exactly what we want. That's the reason we've spent all this money.
Right. So in the old days, people would die of flu.
Yeah.
Is
They still
that the category chronic lower respiratory disease?
No, chronic lower respiratory disease is really things like emphysema, COPD.
Do we have flu on here anywhere?
So flu is not in the top 5 of leading causes of death. We usually have just around 200, 230 deaths from flu a year, certainly pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, we know that number bottomed out to very little because people just weren't out and about. This year, given what's been going around in the respiratory world, we're going to see the number probably come back to what we used to see pre-pandemic, which was in the low 200s. Again, that's nothing like the numbers we're seeing with COVID.
Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Do you by chance have an age breakdown for these lines? For example, how many 5 to 10-year-olds and so on and so forth passed away from these, particularly COVID?
So you can see that right now if you wanted to Google it on our New Hampshire COVID dashboard. We have it broken down into age cohorts, 5 to 10 years in each age cohort and what the death rates are. So those are available right now. Sure, and we can certainly send that link to make sure everyone has it.
So, but I'm assuming in general, what we'll note is that the older you are with comorbidities, that was 80, 90% of the deaths.
Yeah, and in a couple of slides, if you look, actually you can sneak up in a couple of slides, I have our dashboard page, and you can see the proportions or the numbers by age rank. So again, 80 and older, that was the group that really had a hard time through COVID, where we saw deaths. When we look at things like hospitalizations, though, which are incredibly costly, we see middle-aged people there.
Right.
The deaths we really saw in older populations, but we've even had, we've had pediatric deaths as well. It's occurred in, for COVID in every age group. But, I agree with Representative Edwards, the real group that took that was disproportionately affected were older adults.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. So we can switch over to slide 5. So let's talk a little bit about the money. That's the slide that says DPHS biennium budget. So more than, Nathan said not to talk about money. I'm going to give you some very big high-level numbers. So more than $77 million have been deployed to New Hampshire to address COVID-19. These are federal dollars. This changed our proportion of federal and general fund mix to, about 7. If you add all of that, that means that public health as an entirety is about 77% federally funded, has about 17% other funds, and less than 10% general funds. To manage these funds, we have developed a number of COVID-19 accounting units that we manage, which is, again, things that we see at the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee all the time as we move money in and out and redirect that money. We added 49 temporary state positions in this biennium that we're currently in, not next biennium, but this current biennium. Again, I note that those are 9T, 8T positions. We've also used staffing contracts. We heard Hampstead talk about Maxim. We were the first ones to use Maxim in public health in those early days of the pandemic. At our height, we had over 250 Maxim staff under those temporary contracts. That was when we were contact tracing and doing a tremendous amount of work. We have now demobilized significantly, and we're now in the 40-ish range of people working on those temporary contracts. I think the message that we would like to relay throughout this presentation is we've tried to be as nimble as possible and really scale to the need that is presented to us. None of us wanted 250 temporary staff. That was, that started to max out our ability even to manage at that level. So we can move to the next slide. So what did this federal funding enable us to do? What did the feds want us to do with the money? They wanted us to respond quickly to all infectious diseases. They wanted us to prevent those outbreaks. They wanted us to do prevention and control. They also really understood that in order to do this work, to manage this pandemic, we needed investments in data modernization, public health infrastructure, informatics and infrastructure, communication capacity, workforce capacity, not only for those nurses and contact tracers and laboratory folks, but across the board, all so that we could improve greater outcomes, not only the metrics of hospitalizations and deaths. You asked earlier about what metrics we use. At the end of the day, for COVID, I'm watching hospitalizations and deaths. Then we can break it down into a million subparts, but the number I'm watching every day are hospitalizations and deaths. But the feds also wanted us to do these broader things around improving things like healthcare quality and health equity. So I'm going to jump in now, unless there's a question, into some of the components of the response.
I want to talk about these two slides interacting together.
Great.
Your biennium budget slide with the 49 temporary positions, and then the bullet slide that follows. Okay, so we received temporary money to do temporary work, and to what extent do you imagine that temporary work actually going away completely versus there'll be some vestige appendage that we need to continue to support?
That's the $1 million question. It's probably more than $1 million, but it is a $1 million question.
I was hoping you could keep it to 900,000, but go ahead.
I try to keep all my accounting units to 900,000 because then they don't come to your
Right.
budget hearings. So, I don't know the number right now. I mean, that's really the magic, and I think we're going to know it over the next 2 years. But I can tell you, I know where we're going to need it. We're going to need money in informatics. We're going to need money, probably a little bit of money in our laboratory because we're trying to right-size this laboratory, and we're going to need some money in overall preparedness. And then probably a decision that will have to be made both at the federal level of what they're going to fund, and if the state general funds wants to fund any of those community investments, things like community health workers. That's going to be a question for this legislature and our federal partners to decide, is that something that we want to continue? It's unlikely that the department is going to come and ask for that money in general funds, but I think that those policy decisions will probably be made here.
Okay, but I think I'm also hearing that there's enough ARPA money to get us through the bulk of this budget that we're about to
Yes.
prepare. And even though that you don't have the answer now or soon, we've got a
Got
couple of
time.
years to work on it.
Yes, that's the good news in all of this, is we really have the next 2 years to figure this out.
That's a huge relief. Thank you.
Yeah, we're in good shape that way. We should have enough money of all of the federal pennies that fell from heaven to get us through the next 2 years. It's really the next biennium that is where I start to lose a little sleep. All right. So let's go into the lab a little bit. So this is on the lab slide. It's number 7. That's a little screenshot from WMUR when we had 5 cases of COVID-19, and it was newsworthy that we had 5 cases of COVID-19. We have put a tremendous amount of money. You heard earlier the acronym ELC, which is our Epidemiology Laboratory Capacity Cooperative Agreement. That's a mouthful. We've gotten lots of additional federal resources through that federal grant to support our laboratory services, our testing, testing that occurs outside of our laboratory. So again, remember when we tested kids at school, we tested kids at summer camp, that all came from federal resources. We don't do that anymore. Those funds we don't need to use them. Schools are not interested in that. Others are not interested in that right now. We've also used this to support things like wastewater sampling. We've bought some equipment. We've used this opportunity to upgrade a lot of the equipment in our laboratory. We're always going to take a moment to say, if the money's coming, I will use it now so that, because we don't know that we'll have those resources later on. And of course, we've used it for workforce in the lab. Just a reminder to back in those days in 2021, we had 2 shifts of workers working 7 days a week in our laboratory in infectious disease. It was an extraordinary effort. I'm not, other than our 24/7 facilities, I don't know where else we were working 2 shifts, 7 days a week. Department of Transportation is probably our other folks who do that. So that's our laboratory. Fun fact for you on here, RSA 131, it is the oldest piece of statute that we have on the books related to public health. The original date on it was 1911. So that is when we were put into statute to start have what was called the Laboratory of Hygiene. All right, no question. Huh? We've been going since. The next slide is around disease investigation. This is probably the most obvious to people around what people think we've done with our COVID money. It is RSA, again, RSA 141C gives us the authority to investigate, control, and prevent infectious diseases. That's pretty old on the books as well. Not 1911 old, but still pretty old. At the end of the deck, you will see I've given you a list of all of our reportable conditions. The way it works in New Hampshire is we have statutory authority to collect reportable communicable diseases. In rule, we develop what those diseases are, certainly using other resources like CDC and others to help frame that. On that list, you'll see everything from chlamydia to E. coli. You don't see COVID-19, though, spelled out. That, and people often ask about that, that COVID-19 was captured at the very bottom of that list, which is for novel diseases of concern. So as you will remember that it was, we were the novel coronavirus. That's how we started talking about COVID. So it is captured underneath that. Right now, what we're doing, we're not doing contact tracing. That has gone away. But what we've really settled into the work, and it's ongoing work, is helping our congregate facilities with their outbreaks. So those are, outbreaks in nursing homes, outbreaks at the county jails, outbreaks at the state jail, other settings healthcare settings where we can help them and provide some support on infection control practices. So I will move on then.
So
Yes.
I'm looking at this back page of yours, and I see where the forms are URL'd, but I'm sure the reporting is also available on the website.
Yes, we do, and we do a couple of annual reports that will give you the list of all of those conditions.
Do we do any flash splash reporting on like STDs? I think you and I first talked about that 5 years ago, that it would be helpful to get that data into the hands of the people who might be frightened by it. Are we doing anything to?
So an interesting fact of COVID-19 is all our best disease investigators, our veteran disease investigators, were the ones that were redeployed to COVID. So now we're back putting those disease investigators and really doing the epidemiology of STDs again. We've been continuing to collect reports because it's required for the healthcare agencies to tell us that. And so, I'm laughing because my staff know that almost every chance I get, I like to talk about STDs. I'll throw a gonorrhea in there whenever I can. But we are seeing, in all seriousness, we've seen an increase in conditions like gonorrhea, which nobody wants. And not only are we seeing increases, but they are resistant to antibiotics. And so I think you'll be seeing more from us in a public way around those issues. We just issued what's called a HAN, which is a notice to our healthcare providers around some of those very concerning trends.
Yeah, okay. So
Thanks.
5 years later, I'm still trying to figure out how we get that information in the public consciousness in a way in which it's scary enough to modify behavior.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right. So that's our disease investigation team. We can flip into immunization. This is a hot button issue. I know lots of folks have lots of thoughts and ideas around vaccine. It was a place where we had a huge chunk of this federal money deployed to us. We made available, monitored, and administered over 2 million COVID-19 vaccines since late 2020. This is extraordinary. This is an extraordinary lift. No matter your thought on it, it was a lift to be able to get this done.
Can you hold for Representative Howell? Sorry.
Thank you. 2.6 million vaccines, right?
Yeah.
And a population of 1.3, we're now averaging 2 per person.
Or is that also including ones that were not administered? Or is that?
No, those are administered. So for myself, I've had 4 vaccines. I've had 4 administrations. So, I think the adult population, the numbers, as we all know, are not hard and fast of exactly who got how many. And in part, that was because we did not have an immunization information system up and running in the beginning of this system. I can tell you for sure how many vaccines were administered, drawing it to the exact person who got those shots, especially when someone like me has had 4. It gets a little bit squirrely in terms of the exactness of it. But we can tell you that close to 70 plus, probably +% of adults in New Hampshire received at least 1. Okay, great. So, to steal a little thunder on that as well, the other investment that the federal money helped us do was to create that immunization information system. Not only is it the registry that we have often heard talked about, that's an important part of it, but really for me, what's even more important is the back end, which is where we manage where those 2 million doses went, how they're monitored, were they under the right temperature controls. It's really that back end that is also part of the immunization information system that is critical for us to appropriately monitor and make sure that all the vaccine is getting where it's supposed to and it's appropriate, and we can manage the safety side of that as well. We'll switch into data modernization and public health infrastructure.
I think
Yep.
Representative Mooney has a
Oh, I'm so
question.
sorry.
And I'm going to want to ask you about our status on immunizing kids.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much. With regards to this immunization money, there's been a tremendous amount of marketing for the vaccine and for boosters and so forth, either on Facebook or social media or bulletin boards and all this and that. Is there a general breakdown for the marketing effort for the COVID vaccine and the follow-up boosters with regards to federal and state money?
Sure. I'm sure we can get that for you. It is a component, the communications piece and the marketing was a required component in a lot of our federal funds. I can't say with certainty, but probably pretty close to certainty that no general funds were used for that, that it really was all of the marketing that we saw was really either federal funds, CDC funds, or there were some ARPA funds early in the beginning when you saw some of those early, marketing with the governor. Those happened, outside of public health per se, but those likely used ARPA funds to make those commercials and things like that.
Representative Hull.
Thank you. Looking forward, or
Yes.
at least current, is it possible for your department to work up where money is being spent in terms of actual vaccines, right?
Yes.
Marketing, those things, from this point forward, as opposed to how it was spent in the past?
Yes, absolutely. And we, part of the complexity of today is we're not sharing our entire budgets, but all of this money has been accounted for mostly because it is federal funds. So I can tell you very clearly where we have spent effort, whether it's personnel or for a marketing contract.
Correct. But I'm thinking going forward,
Yes.
right? Where is the plan? And then can you also share with us what flexibility you have? So the federal government throws some money over to us, and then they may have strings attached to it. More than likely, they have
Yes.
strings attached to it. So we don't see all of those contracts. So if you can tell us what flexibility you have, that would be great.
Great. And I will suggest that with all of the federal funds that come, they certainly come before Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee. We've had lots of heated conversation or, lively conversation about what's in the back of some of those cooperative agreements, what the strings were. That was certainly about 1.5 years ago that we had a lot of conversation about that. But you're correct. One of the tricky parts about managing these more than X number, 50 grants across all of public health, but of the 17 accounting units that are just COVID, is that each one of them comes with a very clear set of bookends of what we can and cannot do. They are not flexible block grant dollars. They're not flexible like ARPA dollars. Thank you.
So about the kids.
Yes.
I think you and I talked about this a couple months ago when we had the fiscal item to a couple $1 million or so to help target immunizations for kids under 18. And at the time, when we talked about it, listening to all the range of constituents, I was basically satisfied with where DHHS was at the point of saying, we're going to use this money to make it available, but it's going to remain in the discretion of the parent. Have you seen any movement in the last 2 or 3 months for people to try to mandate immunizations for kids in this area?
Thank you for that question. Certainly not from the department. We've been very clear since the very beginning. We have no intention to mandate COVID-19 vaccine for school entry or childcare entry. That it is something that should be available. Families can make that decision for themselves based on their own risks and their family circumstances. We want to make it easily available. We don't want to make it hard to access. We want to make it easy to access, but it's the parent's ultimate decision for COVID-19 vaccines for kids.
All right, good answer. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Great. This is the lucky part of being the last one. I think you have all asked all the questions you wanted. So data modernization and public health infrastructure, to me, this is the thing that keeps me up at night. This is what we need to do as we move forward. And quite frankly, when the money goes away, this is what we have to think about how we sustain, again, in a biennium away. But it's my job to be thinking that extra biennium at the end of the day. The pandemic created the greatest need and the best opportunity to modernize the way that we collect data, the way that we share data, all that's within our statutory authority, again, through, our statutes I posted on here, RSA 126, that's our health statistics authority, but certainly through RSA 141C, which is the communicable disease. So, one of the things that that COVID did is really the public demanded that we produce complete, accurate, timely, and accessible and transparent information on a daily basis. There was no other time that we've had that we were putting up real live time numbers. This was a huge lift for us, and I'm incredibly proud of the way that the teams work together through these federal investments to be able to show a COVID-19 daily dashboard. I think it has set the bar for the way that we share data moving forward. It was built on the shoulders of something we call our New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services data portal. It used to be called Wisdom, if you were around then. But in that case, that was mostly annual data. And that was a hard enough lift to constantly be updating annual data and so that you could cut it and move it and look at it by town. Now the expectation is that more and more we have that data in a much more timely way than annually. So again, this is, as I project forward, being able to continue to support efforts like this beyond COVID is really where I have my eye.
So when I first became aware of public health as a field, it struck me that we're trying to manage the health status of populations. And then what's happened is we have these emerging IT concepts around data warehouses and data mining and high-end analytics to start to get into that data and really use it. And I think this slide that you have here on data modernization and public health infrastructure, it could imply the data warehousing and data analytics, but it doesn't make it overt that that's part of the strategy.
Yes.
And maybe Mr. Wieters is going to come talk to us about it, but could you just tell me what you think about the importance of data analytics built on a data warehouse is for the future of what the public health department does?
Sure. I would always defer to Mr. Wieters to talk about the data warehouse, or the EBI as it's called behind it, which is
EBI?
Yeah, and it's late in the afternoon, I'm blanking on
Yeah.
that. Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Okay.
I bailed Nathan earlier. He's going to bail
Electronic
me out
Business
today.
Intelligence. Good.
He is paying it forward. But what I can tell you from the analysis, I mean, it's all the, the way that I frame it, it's all the squirrels in the back of the machine. Like, this is giving us the foundation of the information that we have so that we can use vital records where appropriate, where we can use population data in order to do that deep dive of analysis. As I mentioned, you can look at our COVID-19 dashboard right now, and the front page, or if you even look at slide 11, that's what you see when you just click on it. That gives you the quick overview of how many people, and that, 80-plus-year-olds have a higher number of deaths than any other age group, or where in the state there may be COVID. That is all populated by some of that EBI, as well as the other inputs around things like, in the case of COVID, case reporting and laboratory reporting that comes
I
into
want
the
to just
state.
jump down into the rabbit hole a second.
Okay.
The data analytics, it sounds to me like you think that you do need a data analytics
Yeah.
function.
And we do have
you
a data analytics function right now.
Okay, I'm sorry,
I said we do have a pretty robust data analytics.
okay, does
focus
that
right now.
report in the public health area, or is
Yeah.
that under the informatics arm of Mr. Weeders?
For public health, it is in public health. We have a Bureau of Public Health Statistics and Informatics, and that is where a number of our analyses come from, as well as within the individual bureaus of things like infectious disease has their own analytics and epidemiology work. Maternal and child health has their own. We have that spread throughout DPHS. We can't do our work without that analysis.
Super, thank you.
Great.
What, oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry, there
I'm
was a
sorry.
question.
Representative Morgan, thank
Just
you.
a comment for your
Yeah.
information. These aren't labeled with numbers.
I know, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay. Just because you were talking about page 11, I was like, oh.
Thank, thank you, Representative, for that reminder. I'll tell you what's on each one, so you know.
Did you have a question?
I did. So I believe this was page 11, if I got
Yes.
your pages correctly.
Correct, thank you.
So this is one of the several dashboards that are on the COVID-19 nh.gov dashboard trackings page.
Correct.
Who and what group drove the data that's published there? And in particular, I'm looking at this is the case summary tab, right? As opposed to the front page, the landing page, which you gave us. There's information there that seems, right, that's really important to get out to people, and it's not highlighted. I'm just wondering, who were the key decision makers and what ended up in that summary page?
That's a great question. Thank you, Representative. I'm going to go in the Wayback Machine as we were trying to figure that out 2 or 3 years ago. It was a number of people that came together. It was a number of requirements from our federal partners. So we're required to report these things federally to the CDC. Some of those breakdowns, there was an interest in particular around health disparities among people with racial and ethnic considerations. That actually moved, particularly in New Hampshire, where we are now certainly equally, if not even more, concerned about rural populations versus racial and ethnic. We know that there are age groups. In public health, we look at groups of people in all sorts of different ways. And so, but we also had input from all levels of leadership, both within the department, in the governor's office, and certainly early on, the science was driven by, our state epidemiologist, Dr. Chan, Dr. Ballard, and others, all contributed to where we got to with this particular website. Lots of information. We got a team of EPIs. We don't do anything by one person by themselves at public health. It takes a committee to do anything.
Great, thank you.
So Representative Tulerski, did you have a question?
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Looking at this chart with that major spike over the winter of 21 to 22.
Yep.
I'm curious if, and this is something I've wondered, when as a community we transition to self-testing and administration of tests, I always wondered about the data and those numbers we see. And are we just, discounting all of those self-tests? How are you coming to that? And does that have this spike there, does that have anything to do with the transition to self-testing and non-reporting?
Sure. So thank you for that question. I'll come at your answer in sort of the back way. So certainly since all of the home-based antigen tests made available, we knew we would never have an accurate number of actual cases. So what is represented here and always has been represented here were laboratory confirmed or healthcare confirmed tests. So if you went to your doctor's office, that's who's reporting here, hospital somewhere else. That's what this curve represents. It never represented what you had, with your CVS antigen test. So that's really when early on we were focused on cases. I mean, you may even remember the first slide. We were very excited in 2020 when we had 5 cases. We made a shift during this time to really look at hospitalizations and deaths as our marker of disease and concern rather than the number of cases. Because what we've also seen, and I think folks, you know this intuitively from your own families, as more immunity came in the community, there were less bad outcomes, or the outcomes were better for larger groups of people. So we saw sort of proportionately fewer hospitalizations. We still have plenty of hospitalizations, but we saw both immunity naturally and with vaccine. You've been waiting for me to say it.
You said
You've
it.
been waiting for me
You
to
said
say it.
natural immunity.
said
I
it.
am. You don't know how pleased I am.
Both of those things have impacted. I mean, if we remember back at that time, that is when we had National Guard in our hospitals. So, it's not like we are still there. We are not still there because we no longer have the National Guard in our hospitals. We see those indicators. So that's why we use hospitalizations and deaths right now, because that's really what we're concerned about. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
I knew we had made that transition to hospitalizations and death. Can you remind me on the calendar when that was as I look at this?
I mean,
compared
I
to the-
think we've always focused on hospitalization and death, so there wasn't a magic moment, but it really was at the end of last year where we where we saw that giant spike. But it was at the same time, you might recall the governor had us use some ARPA funds to purchase antigen tests that were available in liquor stores. It was just at that time that antigen tests could roll out to the community. And so now we certainly know that most people likely are at least testing the first time at home and then may have a follow-up test at a healthcare provider, especially if they're not well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Would you like
So
to move on?
I'm looking through your slide deck, and you got another report, and then you got how ECR works.
Yeah, we can flip through all of that.
And
If you don't want to hear any of that, that's fine.
No, I'm just like alerting people that I don't know that you need to say much about those. If
Great.
people have questions, we'll take them.
Great.
I'm wondering if this one with the workforce foundational capabilities and data modernization.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks pretty intuitive.
Yep.
People can read
this
that.
is really just more talking about where our investments have been from the federal government. So the feds are saying to us,
Oh, this
especially
is-
now, and these are it also represents our needs, between the two. The feds are saying you need to build up your workforce, not only in those public health nurses in the laboratory, but there are other capabilities. And again, the theme you will hear is around data analysis, epidemiology, informatics. Those folks are the folks that we need to continue to try and attract to build some of those foundational capabilities so we can do things like electronic case reporting. We're almost over the finish line with the hospitals being able to do it. But that's important. Again, background information that you and I and the public don't see every day, but we need to make sure our hospitals have the ability to report cases to us electronically. Laboratories have the ability to report to us electronically as well, straight from their EHRs. That's the piece there. It's a informatics and HL7 connection. I think the other thing that I would like to highlight is that not only did we buff up public health's response, the Division of Public Health's response, we also put an extraordinary amount of money out into the community. We put money in our regional public health networks.
You're
I'm
on
on
the
community investments.
page?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
We put them into hospital systems, all our healthcare systems. We've developed strengthening around mobile integrated health. That's where we work with EMS to do some newer ways to treat things that aren't even COVID related, but around heart disease and chronic disease, and trying to find new ways, especially in places like the North Country, to have additional resources available to individuals. We've deployed an army of 20 some odd community health workers out into communities that have been able to ensure that families get access to health care and the social services they need. And we've tried to put in money to support our local providers in training and supplies as well. So again, this has been a direction from the federal government, but also what we've recognized Representative Wallner had asked the commissioner a question about our vendors. You know, a lot of our community investments are hampered because our community partners don't have the staff to do the work. So when we developed a grant and said to the CDC, we're going to do XYZ, there are a number of cases where we couldn't actually execute on what we said because our partners simply said, I can't get the staff. And so that's where we're seeing some of that trickle down.
I do have a question about that.
Please.
So that's certainly the good news. The other side of that coin on the community investments is that we've created a flow of money into the communities that's going to be, it's on trajectory to dry up. So what kind of pent up demand is going to remain for those resources when we unwind?
So I think it's going to be a couple of things. I mean, we've tried to be thoughtful and do sort of one-time investments. It's why we focused on training. It's why we focused on supplies, you know, those sorts of pieces. There have been obvious places, community health workers is a great example where we've invested in people. We don't have a plan post, you know, in state fiscal year 26, how those community health workers are going to continue to be funded. We'll determine as a state whether that's something that we need to do or not.
All right, that's a big deal. That's next budget, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. But, you know, maybe Mr. White could start creating a list off to the side that says, okay, here are some places we need to look to see what the impact is on unwinding. I wouldn't make that a big priority, anything fancy, but I would like to be able to come back if I'm still around in 2 years to say, okay, let's talk about what the plan is to unwind. What do we need to worry about?
Yeah. Yes, you know, our goal all along, we've known the money is like, you know, Cinderella's pumpkin. Like it's going to go away. We knew this from the first day it dropped on us. And so we've tried to be as thoughtful and conservative in that approach, knowing that we didn't want to build systems we couldn't maintain.
All right. Representative Hull.
Thank you. I'm looking at this page,
Yes.
not page numbers, right?
18, it says the clock is ticking.
Clock is ticking. 18, right? And I guess, so if I heard you correctly, right, you're thinking about not just this budget, but the budget the next biennium.
Yes.
What would be bad would be a huge step function on August 1st, 2024, right? I think that's the thing that we have to avoid. So not just thinking about it in the next budget cycle, I think we actually have to think about it in this budget cycle such that whatever the necessary need is on August 1st that year, that you've already hit that ramp level during the second, well, whatever, the fourth half of a year of this budget cycle, right? The January to June timeframe in 2024, that you've already done those ramp downs, because otherwise no one likes step functions when it comes to labor pools, right? Either up or down. You can't find, you suddenly need 30 people and you can't find them, or you suddenly have 30 excess people that you need to tell them they need to go home and tell their wives they can't work here anymore. And both of those anomalies we'd like to avoid. So I'd like from you some plan that's part of this budget cycle that talks about what the ramp is to deal with this by the end of this biennium.
Thank you.
Did I say that correctly?
You know, I loved everything you just said, but could you just summarize your last sentence of what your request is?
So that I would like the department, knowing that these funds are running out, right, July of 2024, to have a plan in place that's presented to us to bring us. So you share with us what the long-term need is. Well, I need 10% of these people to do X going forward because that's what we think we need. That plan needs to be given to us as part of this budget cycle, because I think the ramp down happens this time, not next time.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And, you know, I'll point back to that we've been having a dynamic response all along. Again, 200 staff, we're down to 40. You know, we've been able to flex that as much as possible because, quite frankly, it was unsustainable. The work that we were doing was unsustainable. And what I think what all of you are suggesting, and we as well, is that we need to understand what's sustainable for the future and what that might cost and what that might look like. You know, what's needed and what is sustainable. So I think we can work on that. We know that the little bit of the tricky part for us is that even though these funds say they're going to expire in '24, we anticipate that many of them are going to give us an extra year. So as we get closer, we will likely have what's called a no-cost extension, which is you can continue to spend down any funds that you did not spend in your grant in the next coming year. That's certainly what we're seeing already with funds that have already started to expire. We've been seeing these no-cost extensions for another year, which is why I don't want to minimize the impact of what happens on August 1 and 24, but my hunch is we will have a number of resources to get us over that hump. 26 is really when I'm going to say fiscal year 26 is really going to be the time that's different. And to your point, we need to be planning for all of that right now.
I would only ask that you share with us those plans, right? Because I think that will be in fact part of this budget cycle as we start thinking about whether, for instance, maybe the IT side needs more staff long-term because we're spending more time and energy managing data than you anticipated 2 years ago. That's an example. But the laboratory automation side has fundamentally changed, and now it's very much automated, and there's less people actually doing tests in the lab, for example.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yep.
So I hear the request. The request sounds rational. I'm just telling you, as I'm thinking through how we went through the budget last year, I'm not exactly sure how that information would be conveyed in what I'm expecting to be our, the high hurdles of agency budget running, but I'll leave it to Mr. Ripple and Mr. White and Ms. Tilley to kind of figure out how to bring us that information in an actionable way. I don't have a view of it right now.
It might be staffing levels, anticipated staffing levels, right, at that time, right? So staffing levels are X today, and staffing levels we see at the end of this period of time, we think this is going to shrink down to this number, or this is going to grow. Some of that information might be available where you see the direction of each of those departments going. So if that can be shared, even as just a high-level document, would be helpful.
Sure. Thank you. I will wrap up then at sort of almost the third to last slide says future workforce challenge. And I think there are no numbers here, but this is getting where you want. We currently have about 40 to 49 positions that are these temporary state positions that are in and out of being filled. The nature of temporary positions is even when we get somebody in them, they know it's temporary, so they tend to not always stick around either. So it's a lot of managing in and out. And then we have some temporary staffing contracts. I don't think, come this time next year, and certainly by August of the next fiscal year, I don't anticipate we're going to be needing all of that, but I do know that we will need some of that. It's probably not going to be that level. I think the areas, again, that I would tell you to forecast that we're going to need some infrastructure support is around laboratory, informatics, that's the big one, emergency preparedness and response. We've been able to respond for that, to this with a lot of federal resources. Those resources all go away very soon. To your point, Representative Edwards, data analysis and epidemiology right there in black and white. And then, of course, one of the investments I think in the community that has been popular is community health workers. So I can wrap up there. Everyone's putting their stuff
No,
away.
that's a tour de force. That's excellent. Are there any questions for Ms.? You'll always be Ms. Tilley to me. I'm so sorry.
You will always be
Trisha, Patty.
Not Patty.
Okay.
No Patty.
So no, thank you for all of this. And if the members of the division could just stick around for like 4 more minutes, I'd appreciate it. We're gonna let you go.
Thank you.
Mr. White, you've heard a lot. You got any last minute stuff for us that you've heard? Okay, Mr. Collins, I see you back there. You've been listening. Do you have anything for the good of the community? All right. Okay, so I'm not going to do this every time, but since this is our first time, and because I've been trying to interject some places where the folks providing us testimony would slow down and go into detail on the assumption that the new members of the division and the new members to finance may benefit from from hearing some of the more basic stuff, I think it's cost us an extra 15, 20 minutes today, you know, and the rest of it is me learning stuff. But so I want to get your feedback. Is it okay for me to worry about making sure that some of this basic training stuff is included as we go? Or would you rather me just try to run it faster?
I appreciate it very much.
Okay.
I do feel it's a learning process, and if it only cost us 15 minutes, then I thank the committee for giving us that time.
Ditto.
I agree.
Okay, good. So now I have a get out of jail card for like holding really long meetings. So, okay, so anyone at this point, Representative Nordgren, do you have a summary or anything you want to add or say, or? Okay, anyone? How about you, Mr. Ripple? Where are we at? What do we know about Friday that we should say?
Well, so I think included in the email I sent out the other day is the brief list of presentations in order that you plan on seeing on Friday. I don't have that in front of me at the moment. I did want to point out, though, I think everybody received an email from Janet earlier today. There's also a work session scheduled on Friday at 11 on House Bill 49, so I didn't want you to miss that.
To say that again, House Bill 49, which is, I'm the prime sponsor in that. That's the short-term extension that we were talking about, Representative Wallner, with some money thrown at it. We're gonna have a work session on that at 11 o'clock on Friday. We don't have a room yet, do we?
I think it's 201. Oh, I was hoping we would get into 210, 211. I'm not sure I can see.
And that reminds me, I may be late for that one, as we previously discussed.
Okay, do you think you're gonna have an amendment to that, or, because
I think I'll get there before it's over. But no, I don't have any plans for that, but I do think I'll get there before it's over. I just might be a little bit late.
Okay, so if anyone has an amendment to HB 49, even if it's just in a Word document that we can look at and talk about, I think, you know, given the urgency of the Sununu Center closing rapidly, I just would really like us to do what we could to, not to foreclose what the decision ought to be, but to try to accelerate a good discussion. Anything else there, Ms. Ripple?
Nope.
Do we know enough to talk about the 9th of February?
There will likely be, assuming things don't change, I think there's going to be a full committee public hearing on two bills the morning of the 9th. One is Senate Bill 1, and the other one is House Bill 257, I believe. And then following those public hearings, there'll be a Division 3 work session on, at a minimum, Senate Bill 1. I think for calendar purposes, Janet's going to put in all three bills that are currently in division. So Senate Bill 1, House Bill 49, and House Bill 257. And what you end up working on, but at least they'll all be calendared. And then once that work session is complete, I think the expectation is that there'll be a full committee exec session on Senate Bill 1 that afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, the room isn't available on the 8th. It's a Wednesday, so Health and Human Services has the room.
Okay, so
I think it'll start at 10 o'clock.
Okay, so in anticipation of any concern about the moving on SB 1 so quickly after a work session of Division 3 next week, I just would point out that by the time we talk on Friday about HB 49, an amendment I've had drafted, we will have covered all of the ground that's in SB 1. So it's almost like we're going to have two bites of the apple in terms of the issues, and you'll have time to spend the weekend thinking about it, and before we come back to SB 1, you'll have plenty of time to think about it on a relative scale, I think. So that's what I'm thinking. The only thing I'm losing sleep over these days is what happens on 1 March when the Sununu Center is legally required to close. That's the only thing I will lose sleep over. So, anybody, Representative Hull?
Can someone explain to me what the plan is for Friday in terms of hearings? Because I heard an overlap. I just want to make sure I understand, and I haven't gotten through all of the.
We
notices.
talking Friday the 3rd?
Yes, 2 days.
Okay, you want to do that, Mr. Ripple?
Sure. So there'll be a work session on House Bill 49 in the morning at 11 a.m. And then at 1 p.m., you'll be back for some more presentations from the departments. And I think I sent around an email earlier with that tentative schedule.
Thank you. I just saw a hard copy of it.
Okay. Okay.
So without seeing any other questions or discussion, this is sort of a good of the community session here. We can go ahead and close. I don't see a need to do one of these after action reviews every time, but I just, since this is our first one, I wanted to make sure that we were just in sync with each other. With that, we are adjourned, right?